Alright, what's going on? What's cooking, folks? Pretty much set everything up today, so I shouldn't be interrupted by anything other than possibly Mrs. Phoenix stumbling out of bed. She's hurt herself a bit, so she's on bed rest, doctor's orders for about a week or about another week, maybe a couple days after. So I got done most of the stuff I needed to around the house. Got me a nice cold beverage, so I'm ready for a good stream. Now, originally I was trying to think of like exactly what I wanted to do with the game when it launched, and I think I've settled on I'm just gonna try to stream through the entire game, start to finish, on War Mage. I haven't actually completed it yet, so I'll be getting introduced to the story and everything in this stream with you guys. And after that's done, then I'll start to make like secondary content for things like, you know, going over the traps, and we'll be venturing into War Mage, and those I'll probably do episodic videos on, because the War Mage setups get a little ridiculous here. Things are definitely different than War Mage in some very spectacular ways. But for now, let's go ahead and stop the music. Man, yeah, this is good. We get back into some orcs. Get this started up. I'm playing mouse and keyboard. You do have the ability to go into this using the Stadia controller, but you know, I'm pretty much always mouse and keyboard. I have played this on various setups just to see, you know, how well it works out. I played it on a television using the Chromecast Ultra, played it on PC, played it on my cell phone. All pretty decent. So, you know, you can really play this just about anywhere you have a decent internet connection. But yeah, feel free to ask me questions. I did have a slight introduction to the game. I had some early access, like even before the early access period of the game, just to give like feedback about the way certain things were working out. And I think a lot of anybody who's a fan of the first two Orcs Must Die will absolutely love this. The Unchained people probably will too. And it's gonna feel familiar, but a little bit different. I think because there's not the... Wait, is this 3? Yeah. This is Orcs Must Die 3, Froggy. It dropped today. Alright, so... Let me see, I want the track grid on. Leave the par time up. 24-hour stream. I wish I had the availability to do that, but I got a day job, unfortunately. You know, maybe if I see like 250,000 subs one day, or get like a large following on Twitch, that could change. But until then, I gotta keep food on the table for me and the missus. And a roof over our head. Alright, I think we can leave the cup of water over there. Show nearby health bars. Nah, we can leave those off. Actually, wait, that could give some good information. Let's do it. Scenario dialogue, yes. Alright, cool. All that's on. So that means we get the full story experience. But I'm going to try to finish this, like, completely. So, just so you guys can see, I haven't really done much. I think I've beaten maybe 3 stages. So, you literally have to play through the game to unlock all your trap slots. And, all the characters and weapons and everything. But then there's a bunch of stuff that's like, you literally just have to grind skulls to unlock it. So, that's where I pretty much am going to be for a bit, so we're not going to be, you know, maximized for a little while. You got to stream this weekend? I will definitely give you a stream this weekend, Froggy. I'm not sure if it's going to be on Saturday or Sunday yet. Again, Mrs. Phoenix isn't in the best health, but I will get a day out there, and I will try to make sure that I have some, you know, advanced info out for you guys so you know when the stream is. And thanks for the $2. I sincerely appreciate it. Okay, so the North Wing, first level. Let's get this done. We're going in on War Mage. You can go in on Apprentice, but I'll show something off at the end of this that is a very great quality of life feature in this game. But let's just go ahead and jump in for now. The sooner we get started, the more orcs we can kill. New characters,
Maximilian is
new
gone.
characters.
No one knows where he is. He left the Order, he left me, with these children. Born with the ability to use rift magic, Egan had no idea how powerful he was. Kelsey was the most studious novice in the Order, but she lacked control. I had to test their capabilities.
Oh, you know what? I probably should have switched to Kelsey. I wanted more blunderbuss here.
A real ogre would have eaten you by now.
Sorry, sorceress.
You will wish for that fate before long.
Think he's ever coming back?
Wow, it's like you're allergic to saying smart stuff.
Come.
I like Gabriella's new look. This is on Stadia. So Stadia, you can stream to PC via a web browser. You can play it through a phone, or you can basically connect it to anything that you can access hook up Chromecast Ultra to. So that's the only platform that the game is on. It's exclusive at the moment, but it should be, you know, made available sometime in the future. Like, it's gonna have an exclusivity period, and it's indeterminate right now. Nobody knows how long. Be the girl. I automatically went in, I think, with the boy. So I'm Egan right now. Who has
Okay,
this?
that is definitely not an
longbow.
order rift.
Yeah, I'd like to tell you I knew that, but I didn't.
You are correct, Kelsey. That rift is different. Quickly, get traps placed and stay on the move. I will instruct you further when I can.
How do we hear her when we can't see her?
Telepathy, genius. Now, let's try out these traps for real.
I knew you'd be on this the moment I heard the announcement. Of course, I was on it before you knew the announcement existed. Don't even worry about it. But yeah, Egan starts with a magical longbow. It's basically very similar to Ivy's weapon from Unchained in that you get precise fire. Headshots are a mechanic that's back in the game, so if you can be precise and land the shots squarely on the head, you get bonus damage. And then it has this charging attack. Hey man, how much is it? Alright, so here's the thing. If you sign up for Stadia Pro, which I think Stadia makes you do immediately upon setting up an account for the service, you can either set up a Google account, which you pay through your phone, or you can set up a credit card on Stadia and start your Pro subscription. As long as you have Stadia Pro, you get this game for no charge. Like, it's part of the subscription service. If you don't want Stadia Pro, you can cancel the Stadia Pro subscription and purchase the game flat out for $30. I think it's $30 US. I think it was like 25 pounds in the UK. People are giving different prices in different currencies, but I believe in the US should be $30, and you get to play it regardless of whether or not you have a Stadia subscription on wherever Stadia is available right now. But yeah, longbow, charge attack. You can fire while charging it, and then when you're ready, just let it go, and boom, spread shot. So that's a cool mechanic. It also makes this a lot more versatile than I initially thought it was, because you couldn't really combine different attacks and Unchained, and that's something that is going to probably make playing with this a lot easier than is kind of super accurate and timely as you had to be with Ivy. I do already have a couple of upgrades on the arrow wall. I'll go over those after I finish this. I should actually wait. Can I look in the spell book now? Yes. You have the arrow wall place. It will auto sell. Okay. So I can't actually look at the details on the arrow wall trap here. We'll have to do that when we get into the main spell book out of the loadout selection. So we'll just go ahead and start the first level for now.
Good to go.
Keep in mind, you're only supposed to have like 2 traps here. I think the arrow wall and the spike trap. So you can ignore everything else in my loadout.
To breach one of our gates. They've broken through a gate.
I like the fact that they decided to keep the different colored rifts for the orcs too. Like, I'm pretty sure that's to differentiate them from, like, the rift that you're trying to enter, which is yours. And it's, you know, all blue and glowy over there versus this sort of red, pink. I guess it kind of gives you the reason for the barriers being sort of pink purplish.
More enemies on the way!
Whenever you manage to score a headshot, you see this little head icon pop out of the orcs. It's kind of funny. And it does a ton of damage.
More enemies on the way!
The first level only has like a 4-minute, 30-second part. It's really short. Not a lot you have to actually do there, so that's nice. You also don't get a lot of coin.
I need more coins.
And as usual, I think the voice work in this game is probably really stellar. So for Stadia, all you need is a screen and internet. Basically, yeah. Like I played the game in about the same fidelity as what you're seeing here on my desktop,
Ready to fight.
on my cell phone with the controller.
More enemies on the way!
The only way to play it through mouse and keyboard and capture it for streams right now is by going through a web browser. So that's what I'm doing now. So this is actually me streaming off of Microsoft Edge, loading Stadia.com. And they've talked about possibly improving like Stadia stream integration and things like that. I'm not sure exactly what they have planned or how it'll work, especially since, you know, things like people like to use overlays. But yeah, like if that ever changes, then we may see a bit of a different presentation for Stadia stuff. But oddly enough, this may be the one thing that pushes YouTube to actually focus more on streaming features. Well, I'm probably gonna buy it just for OMD3. Alright, so here's the thing. When you sign up, your first month of Stadia Pro is free. So like you get to basically play the game for 30 days at no charge. You can cancel the subscription before you get billed if you absolutely don't want it. And if you do, there's tons of other games that you, well, probably not a ton. All right, that may be an exaggeration. I think there's something like 20 other games you get with Stadia Pro for free right now. And that list seems to be growing monthly. So, you know, not to just be tooting Stadia's horn or anything, but it seems to be on par with the console subscription services, which is really what it's sort of competing with without the upfront cost of, you know, a $400 or $500 console. But either way, that's where you get the game. So we got one bonus skull. That's cool. Skulls are not as easy to earn after you initially complete the level, so getting your 5 stars on the level is kind of important. You won't have a ton of ways to just blow through things without or while gaining a bunch of skulls. I think the most you can get is somewhere around 7 per level, in addition to the 5 skulls for not taking any rift point loss, and also for I think 1 for victory, 2 for not taking damage, and yeah, then you got the par skull and the 4 for other things. Can you switch characters now? Yeah, I can actually go here. We'll switch Kelsey. Okay.
Ready to go.
And now I want to... Oh, this is actually one of the best parts about this. There's an individual refund upgrades button for any trap and weapon. So since I will not be able to use the magic longbow with Kelsey, we get everything back. And then there's a refund all upgrades, which this is also important. You can't refund the activation cost of adding a trap or a weapon or whatever to your spell book. If I do this, you see I get everything back, but at least one of these, I think the brimstone, was purchased with skulls. So that doesn't, it won't undo that. Those skulls are permanently lost. So it's important to, like, you know, selectively upgrade what you plan on using and not just blow your skulls on everything. It looks like most items take somewhere around 30 to 35 skulls to fully upgrade. Some more, some slightly less. So that's important. Let's go ahead and max the blunderbuss out. We're gonna go with that secondary freezes, drop the damage. Actually, no, let's go with the knockback explosion. That's awesome though. So much utility now with upgrade refunding. Yeah. Let's see. I'm definitely gonna be using the arrow wall. I've dealt my damage. You can either have the arrow wall pierce enemies and hit 2 targets instead of 1 per dart, or you can have it deal fire damage. I like the fire. Spitfire was always my baby in Unchained. Almost all of the physical traps have like an elemental damage upgrade, and enemies have like sometimes specific elemental weaknesses, so that's kind of important too. For spike trap, you can make it deal lightning damage. Let's get that cooldown in there. We'll increase the slow on the tar. And I think that'll be it for, well, all the skulls I have right now, so that has to be it. But yeah, we'll move on into the next stage. Yeah, that's what you unlock when you get to stage 2, the gravity pillar. So that's your first ceiling trap.
Man, the sorceress is really tossing us into the deep end of the pool.
Yeah, it's way more intense than the usual training sessions.
This is not part of your training. There's something different about these new rifts. Every war mage in the Order is investigating.
Finally, we get to be real heroes like Maximilian.
I will settle for you two staying alive, keeping the orcs out of the rift.
I'm guessing only one unique upgrade at a time. That would be correct.
Totally right.
You have to purchase them individually. Like if you purchase both so you can swap between them, you are going to be basically paying for a unique upgrade twice. But with the refund, it's really not that big of an issue, especially with you being able to refund things individually. Oh, that was lovely. This game handles explosions in a way that actually feels real, which is nice. You can score headshots with the blunderbuss if you're close enough, so it is a very close range weapon. I think players playing on controller will probably find it to be a lot more useful.
This'll surprise them. Nope, has to go on the wall. Off we go!
More enemies on the way! The enemy army is
a whole lot of
attacking
hair
on
on the
another front!
Alright, what do we got?
Watch out! Our enemies have broken through again!
Oh, well, okay, that guy's dead. I was about to say, you flew kind of far there.
School them!
Okay, let's drop you. Let's move these. I like pretty much everything else there. Kind of works. Alright,
Can't wait, let's do it!
More enemies on the way!
Perfect replacement.
Kelsey's like personal character ability is to be able to levitate, so you can kind of position yourself somewhere and just go to town. Which is funny, because of her levitation ability and it making her like basically a permanent fixture wherever you decide to levitate. I figured that they would have, that she would be the character with the more precise weapon, like the bow, but they gave it to Egan, who instead has a ground pound, which, you know, would be like a much more close range ability because it slams the ground and you deal damage around you. So you have arrow wall and UFO beam. Basically, like I don't even have the gravity pillar upgraded. It can deal damage later and do all kinds of other fun stuff. You can also just shoot whatever it picks up, which is nice.
Exactly where I want it.
That's really what it's all about, though. Just getting them slowed down so you can
Get them!
hit them with that nice exploderino. Alright, still got one more wave after this, so let's see if we can make it count. Alright, how much more space do I have?
They'll never
More
see this
enemies
one.
on the way!
Oh, I missed. Oh, no I didn't. I just love the idea of the gravity pillar. Like,
Where are you going, huh?
it feels like it sort of has a nice sort of. It feels like it's a crossbreed of the Tar from the early Orcs games and the concussive pounder, but also that that explosion trap that Zoe used to have, arcane explosion or whatever, from Unchained. It has like infinite vertical range. It wow, 5 bonus skulls. It's nice. It's got like infinite vertical range. It can capture a bunch of enemies at once. You know, you can still deal damage to them. It allows like all kinds of interesting things to happen. So we can increase lift active duration. Excuse me. So I guess that means we can have it lift things for a really long time, or we can have it deal damage. I want to see how this deals damage. If it deals damage on the drop, that'll be interesting, or maybe it just deals damage while it's sucking things up. If the damage is good, then maybe we'll lower the cooldown. Alright, so that's that. We're out of skulls. Let's go to the next level. This will be the last level I've actually completed. Everything after this will be brand new. This is the first time you get the Tar, which probably means kobolds show up.
War mage can open rifts. Wouldn't that mean?
Yes, Kelsey. The oldest is Master Cygnus, if he is still alive. But why would Master Cygnus open rifts for orcs to pass through from other worlds?
I
Actually,
know
let's
rifts
just forget
provide
those.
magic, but this magic is not a positive force.
Keep the orcs at bay. I must travel elsewhere for answers.
Great. We fight the bad guys. She takes a vacation. It's cool.
You can sound real mad right now. Alright, so yeah, we got what we got. You can probably empty a slot and just toss the bow in there, but you can't put it in your first slot. You have to keep your character-specific weapon. So, it is what it is, but it's not bad.
All set.
Is anyone going to charge bomb Enemies are preparing to breach one of our gates.
Okay.
They've broken through a gate.
Oh! It just straight deals damage as they're getting sucked up. That's pretty nice. So one of the cool things about the blunderbuss is you can self-combo with it if you launch an enemy with the secondary fire. Oh, if you can actually get the hang of like how high enemies launch. The heavier an enemy, the less bouncy they are, I guess. Medium orcs don't fly as high as light ones, and light orcs fly farther too.
Just like a tree.
Man, these little dudes are so fast.
Those are kobolds. They'll also set off our traps.
Yeah, go ahead and set off those damage-dealing gravity pillars there, buddy. The 2D skull. Oh my god, so many people were like calling that out when they saw it. Like the pickup skull for bonus skulls is still 2D, even though everything else in the game is 3D. I thought it was a nice touch, but some people really seem to just have wanted like a 3D orc skull. Alright.
Of course we won.
So everything... Alright. Now that we know what we have here, why don't we just
No better place than this.
spam the heck
The
out
optimal spot.
of these. Okay, and then
Exactly where I want it.
we'll try that, see how it works out.
More enemies on the way. Enemies are attacking on another front. Look out! Our defenses have been breached again.
So it doesn't seem that bad, the damage ability, but at the same time, I think the utility of it is such that the longer lift duration is probably the most important thing. It'll probably differ based on the amount of space you get on the level you're playing on. Areas with... I probably don't need these here. Hey man, I used to watch the channel. Glad to see the game come back up. This is not Orcs Must Die Unchained. This is Orcs Must Die 3.
Perfect placement. Yeah, I'm good.
Actually, yeah, I can't do that now. Oh, crap.
More enemies on the way.
So some things might get past here. We'll see how that goes. This is actually a new Orcs title that literally just dropped today. Though somebody commented that somebody hacked the Unchained launcher. Yeah, I know, but they stopped Unchained. We still got another wave after this. Okay. Won't hurt to add some more damage dealing shenanigans over here then. How did that kobold just run through like all the lifts here? Oh, they're not doing that well over here. Lovely. The grab beams insta-kill the kobolds. Sometimes they do. Sometimes the kobolds seem to run like right through the middle here and just not get picked up.
This'll surprise them.
More enemies on the way.
Maybe it would help if I just did a little bit of this. See? That guy was like, nope, screw your gravity beams and everything they stand for.
It kind of feels like we're in it.
You know what'll probably be super interesting? Using things like the gravity pillars with push traps for lighter orcs. Just to like ping pong them around stages. That'll be a fun little experiment one day. Oh, I got hit. There's 2 skulls going for me. If you manage to go through an entire level untouched, you get a bonus 2 skulls. So that's one of the more important aspects of like earning skulls. Just not letting yourself get touched. Make sure to keep the filthy orc hands off of you. Alright. Destroyed. We should definitely make par here.
Another expected victory.
So is Unchained ever coming back? I do not believe so. I can't, you know, I'm not robot, so I couldn't say anything about it, but it probably is a matter of them being able to rehire a lot of the talent that worked on the game and making sure that they can release it either on the engine that it was running on or updating it to whatever engine robot is currently using. Like from what I remember, Unchained was actually built in like 2 different engines and also had like way more people working on it than this. It having to be a networked game generally means you need a lot more hands to make sure that things run smoothly. And right before Unchained launched like fully for everybody instead of being early access, they did let go a lot of people that were on robot. This was even before they shuttered the game. So there's a lot of like just knowledge about how things worked with Unchained that robot might not necessarily have now. And that's unfortunate, and it's bad because that's the case with a lot of games that get released, not even just the online only ones, like games as a service. There's a lot of stories about people like Squaresoft even losing the code or master copies of some of the old Final Fantasy games and having to like piece them back together from what they had on hand. Alright. Next stage, new territory. We got 2 skulls, that's sad. But let's go. The healing trinket. So that explains why that's in my inventory. I was wondering because I usually don't put that on. But yeah, it's there because they just give it to you.
So, do you think the sorceress will be back soon?
We're doing pretty well on our own.
Hey, Kelsey, how do you know so much about rifts and the Order?
I study all the time, Egan. I like to know all the answers.
Then tell me why glue doesn't stick to the inside of the tube.
That's rude. Alright, so we're coming through here. We don't have Cades yet, so we are going to basically be dealing with a big runner's game, and we do have kobolds. So I guess it's a good thing I got brims. So yeah, I definitely bought the brims because this is all the unlocked stuff just by playing the game. So we don't have a lot of ceiling space. We got this here. I think we can do a lot better at just stacking brimstone over anything else. I forgot. I don't have the upgrade on Tar. Okay. Alright, let's go back to the spell book. I want to change some things. Traps. Alright, we'll refund that. Gonna refund the floor spike upgrades. We're gonna go brimstone, reduce the cooldown, max that. We're gonna use Tar 2. Refund item upgrades. Let's enemies take increased fire damage on Tar. And then we have the arrow walls with the fire 2. So that should be good. When did this game come out? This came out today, Jason. Believe it was released publicly around 1 p.m. Eastern time. They announced it on today's Stadia Connect. Alright, hidden dock. Let's get back in there.
So, do you think the sorceress will be back soon?
Okay,
We're
so
doing pretty well on our own.
Hey,
in the
Kelsey,
spell book.
how do you know so much about rifts and the Order?
I study all the time, Egan. I'd like to know all the answers.
Then tell me why glue doesn't stick to the inside of the tube.
Actually, no. Let's not worry about putting things there. Do this.
I love traps.
And probably, I don't know, one of these. This is a long map. Making me a homemade pizza? Huh, I wish I could eat a homemade pizza.
Ready to go.
Can't do that unless I want to wind up in the hospital.
Enemies are preparing to breach one of our
I can eat
gates.
like a slice.
They've broken through a gate.
Oh, they got archers. Alright. You guys can just get burnt up. Extra crispy archer. Oh,
Orc
man.
archers. They have pretty long range attacks.
Yep, I remember from the simulations.
So they have orc training simulations? Well, I guess that's what they were in the opening cutscene, since that wasn't a real ogre, that was Gabriella. Brimstone actually seems really good.
Check it out.
Like, it won't one-shot medium orcs, but all of the light ones just get wrecked. And the reduced cooldown seems to make it so that it's almost never out of charges unless you have, like, a ton of enemies coming through. So we can do pretty much the same thing over here. Roasty toasties. And then, like,
They'll
another
never
one of
see this
these.
one.
And then we'll just slow them down as soon as they run off of that. And that should make them take the increased fire damage.
Let's do this thing.
I think.
More enemies on the way. Our enemies are breaking through elsewhere. Watch out. Our enemies have broken through again. Here they come.
No, it doesn't seem to make them take the increased fire damage immediately. Looks like they probably have to get hit with something while they're on the tar. Okay. So that means that I should put the tar in front of where we have the arrow walls.
Can we go again?
Okay, so we got both doors opening now, and now that I know what's up.
Just like in
So
training.
there. Sprinting is back, by the way, if you were
Textbook.
wondering about that. It didn't exist in Unchained, probably for PvP reasons or because of some initial way it was designed, but it's back here, and that's great. because it lets you get around the maps relatively easy. And it means that the larger maps don't really feel hard to move around. Oh, kobolds, huh? Well, time to get roasted. Oh man, they didn't even make it to the brimstone. You guys can do better than that. Oh. Oh, do I have? Yes, I do. My phone right underneath the microphone. I'm sorry. Alright, as long as they got roasted, we're good. Let's go ahead and get over to the other side. Alright, we really only have to worry about the medium orcs. The light ones should die from just the brimstone. Okay. Let's not die? Wait, is something?
I need to heal.
Yep. Okay.
Whoopsie.
That's what I get for answering my phone. The good thing is, you don't lose rift points for dying in this game like you do in Orcs Must Die 1 and 2. But I better clear these guys out because they're starting to come up behind me now. Alright. Okay. So, something that we can do now is sort of double up on these brims and have even fewer enemies to worry about. Hey, by the way, it says you're playing Zombie Army 4. It should say Orcs 3. Let me double check that. The game says Orcs Must Die 3. Oh. Give me a moment, I'll take a look. But everything on my end says Orcs 3. Okay, so those are dead. Oh. Okay. Let me see if I can get to... No, it says Orcs Must Die 3, back for 3P, release day gameplay. Let me just make sure this is muted. Oh, the video game on YouTube didn't update properly. That's weird. As far as I can see... No. I see what he's saying. The game underneath YouTube that I'm playing right now says that it should be Zombie Army 4, but the category for me says it should be Orcs Must Die 3. I can update it. Boom. And we'll see if that changes. What? OMD 3 came out? Yep, literally today. Alright. 4.5 minutes left for 2 waves. I think we can do this. Today, yep, today. July 14th. Well, if you're in the US, it came out July 14th. If you're in Europe or a bit further east, it may be 15th. Should I put double cheese or triple cheese on my pizza? I find triple cheese to be a bit excessive. Double cheese, depending on the amount of cheese you normally put, might be okay.
What's this?
But it also depends on what style of pizza you're eating. A New York style pizza should probably never have double with triple cheese. Though, if you got like a thicker dough or crust and it's gonna puff up a bit, then the extra cheese won't hurt it too much. Or Britain or Brazil. No, as far as Britain goes, I think it would have been about 7 or 8 p.m. No, never. Maybe Chicago. Oh, China and Japan, yeah. They're about 14 hours ahead of most of the U.S. Like 14 to 16, depending on where you are. So it would have definitely been the 15th there. Okay, so
Exactly where I want it.
all right. The strat with Brimstone has always been to just let them burn themselves to death. Don't worry about placing everything too tight. It actually would be better if I had some ceiling traps that just dealt damage. I don't think you can stack burns in this game. Though traps that deal burns will deal an initial burst of damage up front, so they're not entirely useless. I've got medium crust with stuffed crust pepperoni and fresh mozzarella pearls. BRB, gotta get this sucker cooking. Oh, if you're using pearl mozzarella, you can really do what you want. Like, it's a very wet cheese, so it'll mostly just have the moisture either go into the crust or evaporate when you cook it. Just gotta be careful not to use too much or else you get, like, really soggy dough. And that don't make for a good pizza anywhere. I wonder, can you? Yeah, you can. Just jump through there. Alright. Alright, they all roasty toasty. They all roasty toasty. I hate non-low moisture cheese. Yeah. I mean, low moisture cheese is literally made for pizza. Like, all forms of it that exist in the US were basically just created so commercial pizza was easier to make. That's maybe because I'm from New York and make New York style pizza. I mean, New York has its own things going on with everything, but they're especially defensive about their pizza up there, so I understand. Like, I've never seen anybody from New York eat pizza from anywhere else and say, you know what, this is better than New York pizza. And I'm even talking about pizza from Italy, so, you know, it is what it is. Though there is something to be said about like a good Neapolitan pizza, like a small personal, like, you know, charred crust with like some good toppings and fresh basil. No, never, only New York style, best. How much does it cost? So I haven't actually seen it myself because I had the game before it launched. I like French bread pizza too. French bread pizza is pretty good. Like it's. I feel like French bread pizza is like an amalgamation of things rather than like the way like pizza was created a really long time ago. But like it's one of those things where it's like if you have the ingredients to put it together, like French loaf bread is just tasty. And like that nice shape that you get with French bread pizza is very unique and just makes it really comforting to eat. But I love French bread with butter and with garlic butter. Yeah, I mean, that's great too. Do you know when Orcs Must Die 3 comes on Steam? So there's no information on Orcs Must Die 3 coming to any other platform. It literally just dropped on Stadia today. So trust me, when there is any more information about it coming to other platforms, as soon as I have that information, you will have that information too. But right now, as far as we know, it's Stadia only. But you do get it as part of the Stadia Pro subscription. So it's not free. I don't want to say that because then it sounds a little bit deceptive. If you have Stadia Pro, you get the game as part of Stadia Pro. Stadia Pro, if you sign up for Stadia, is free for a month. If you have the Stadia Premier Edition, which comes with the Chromecast Ultra and the Stadia controller, you get 3 months of Pro as part of that. But afterwards, Pro is $10 a month, and you get other games and stuff with it too. It's not only Orcs Must Die Unchained, but as long as you're going to be signed up for Stadia Pro, you'll have Unchained and all of the other Stadia Pro, you know, bells and whistles. So yeah, with Stadia Pro, you get the game without paying for it again. If you do want to just purchase the game after you have a Stadia account, if you unsubscribe from Stadia Pro, it'll allow you to purchase it for a one-time fee, and you can play it regardless of whether or not you're signed up for Stadia Pro. So I think that's in the US should be about $30. For other countries, it varies depending on how your currency pairs up with the US as far as parity goes. I think people were citing the pound price as being about 25. Where can we get it from? Stadia. I should probably, you know what? It probably would have been a great idea. You think it's 20 here in the US? Again, I can't see the price in the store because I own it, but I am going to put a link to Stadia in the stream description so that people can jump on that. Okay, there we go. I've updated the stream description. There's a free one for Stadia. All right, so it's complicated because, and I've talked with with a couple people not too long ago. But as I understand it, like I still have a Stadia Pro subscription. As long as you have Stadia Pro, you don't pay for the game. Google just gives it to you. So when you sign up, if you keep your Stadia Pro subscription, or at least during the 30-day trial, you don't pay for the game. You can opt out of the Stadia Pro subscription, and then you will be able to purchase the games available on Stadia Pro for a one-time fee. You don't then, like, after you pay that fee, you don't need to sign up for Stadia or Pro to play them anymore. You can play them whenever you want just by visiting Stadia, making sure you're logged in, and the game will be in your library. There should be a link in the you want Stadia now? There should be a link in the description for Stadia now. I'm not sure if you guys need to refresh to see it or what. Because 100% not getting the PS5. Oof. Hopefully they won't die on us this time. Well, alright, so I do want to say this. Alright, it is there. I refreshed. Get $10 off your first game purchase in the Stadia store with Pro. That also is a thing. While you're signed up for Pro, if you purchase a game, you get $10 off of one. I don't think I've actually used that coupon yet. I should take a look. But yeah, I think I lost my train of thought. I'm trying to get it to come back. It might have pulled out of the station already. Oh, hopefully they won't die on us. Right. So this, while it is a game being delivered through an online service, that being Stadia, this is a game that Robot has the code for and essentially can run standalone. If the game weren't able to run without some sort of networked infrastructure, then technically they wouldn't be able to release it on other platforms. Fusion, don't they just get that $10 from the Pro? I mean, since while you're signed up for Pro, sure, but as soon as you sign up, like, you automatically have a trial Pro subscription, so they're basically just giving you $10 off your first game, Chris. But yeah, let's get back over here. So we have a barricade now. When does it come out on Steam? And it's only on Stadia for now. We don't know when it comes out on any other platform. And it's only on Stadia for now, yes. So now, alright, so here's a good time to see you, or for me to explain this. You guys see that I just got 5 skulls on this level. This is a level that I haven't completed before, so I get the 5 skulls from completing it. You'll notice with the bonus skulls, it says +11 and +5 apprentice. what the game does is whenever you beat a game or whenever you beat a map on a higher difficulty, it fills in the skulls that you've earned on the lower difficulty for that map. So by getting all 5 skulls on War Mage, I get all 5 skulls for that map on Apprentice as well. So you can earn your skulls really quick by playing through War Mage the first time. And if you don't 5-star everything on War Mage, when you get to Rift Lord, if you happen to do it there, you'll 5-star all 3 difficulties at once. Alright, so now we got the Barricade. Place 15 barricades to unlock the unique upgrades. Reduce collateral damage taken, or barricades block 2 spaces, increases cost. Let's go with the increased health and reduce cost. We will probably be needing these. Okay, so continue. Alright, barricades are used to block paths and change the enemy's route to the rift.
I have consulted the archives. It is as I feared. We are not facing something new, but something very old.
Yeah, 2 spaces
hi,
will be the
welcome
Great
back.
Barricade.
We've just been killing orcs and stuff. No big deal.
Okay, so what's the deal with these strange rifts?
First, stop this next assault. Then I will tell you the tale.
Oh, after this I think we get story. So yeah, I guess we can leave the barricade on the end. I don't need anything else from there. We don't have a ceiling trap though, and I don't think we don't have another wall trap either. Okay. Let us. So you basically get to choose which one of these stairways you want to use. You can either use the left one or the right one. I forget which one of these doors busts open first. So I'm just going to block the one I start off in and then force everybody to come up here.
They'll never see this one.
Alright, no, this is too early. We want to block off when they try to turn, which should be
Just like in training.
right here. Right here. Pizza's in, baby. Can't wait. By the way, if you use the actual pizza over premium mozzarella, it doesn't make your pizza soggy. Wait. If you use the actual pizza? Oh, you mean pizza mozzarella instead of premium mozzarella? Yeah. So pizza, pizza cheese is specifically made so that it works for pizzas. Premium mozzarella is usually just a fancy way of saying it's meant for salads or I don't know, caprices or something like that. Yeah, it's not a pizza oven. Well, yeah. So pizza ovens also get twice as hot as your standard oven. Those things get so hot that most of the stuff you put in them has to be made out of straight up stone or some form of metal that won't melt at close to 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, or about I think somewhere around 300 or 400 Celsius. It's really hot. It is dangerously hot. I mean, even a regular oven gets dangerously hot, but pizza ovens are crazy.
Let's go.
Alright, I think this is what we'll start with. I'm not sure exactly what's going to be coming through here. I should have checked because they tell you. Oh, we got ogres. Alright. You guys are big and angry.
That ogre seems bigger out here in the wild.
And remember, if he hits you, he will stun you. Easy peasy.
Okay. It looks like whatever fire debuff they get from stepping on the tar lasts for a little while after they get off of it. It's $30. There we go. That's the conclusive answer. Okay, that fire damage buff is really ridiculous though. Like, ogres normally take a good amount of hits to go down. Oh crap. So yeah, if arrows even like tap a barricade while, you know, going through it, they will just take that damage straight up. You gotta really play safe around your barricades here. Okay, that's not cool.
And don't come back. Of course we won.
Okay, so this is the next door opening up. That's
Ready
fine.
as always.
More enemies on the way!
Wow, I want pro now.
The optimal spot.
That guy was really happy to get charged out of the way by the ogre. It's also cheaper than the PS5 for 4 years. How long until the PS5? I think PS5 drops at the end of this year. Most of the PS5 launch titles say holiday 2020, so I would expect the PS5 to be available sometime around then. Like, normally that means like October, November, because that was the same launch window for the PS2, and I'm showing my age at this point. It helps if you like jump shot ogres. That way you can get the ballista right, or not the ballista, the blunderbuss right in their face. How long until the PS6?
Yeah, I'm
Geez,
ready.
if this console cycle was any inclination towards how they'll be doing things in the future, probably about 7 years. Oh, those kobolds are crispy. I guess we can start working on this wall.
This will surprise them.
Video quality is great. That's good. The video quality with Stadia seems to vary depending on like your connection. So it's usually pretty good for me, but I have an unusually good connection compared to the majority of the US. It's not even the best for my area, but it's like 1,000 down and 35 megs up. So it's not horrible. Okay, can we activate this? Yeah, nice. Oh, that's right. So a lot of trinkets don't really have a big mana cost unless they deal damage. They just have a long cooldown time. Xbox gang, cough cough. Just kidding. All consoles and PCs are great in their own way. True gamers aren't biased. Truer words never spoken. Sounds like yours is worse than mine. What? Gigabit? You have better upload than 35 megabits per second? I mean, I know we have better uploads. Wait, what? Oh, there must have been like some random arrow shot at me that I didn't see. I know we have better upload speeds around here. I just don't have the company that offers them right now.
That was trivial. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so we got most of this going. We could probably place another
More
one of
enemies
these
on
out.
the way.
Do this. But this Chromebook might have something to say about that, though. Actually, like, all right. So the good thing about Stadia, you could say, is that most of the, like, almost all the processing for the game happens on Stadia's side. So you could literally be playing this game on a Chromebook, you know, as long as you are comfortable with the controls, or, you know, you get a Stadia controller. I think if you have a controller plugged into whatever device you might be using, you can still do that. You don't have to have a Stadia controller as long as it's compatible with the machine you're on. Oh man. thought that kobold actually made it through for a second. I was about to be worried.
Not so tough now.
I see coin, I grab it. Like, I actually have, like, 3 controllers here now. One of them I have not connected, but one is an old DualShock 2, and the other is the Stadia controller. That is nice. Give me one. Well, I can't give you the Stadia controller. It's literally like account bound. And you definitely don't want an old PS2 controller. There's so many better controllers out there now. Like the converter that even works with PS2 controllers is sold by a company that's no longer in business. So probably not something you want to deal with. Like, there's a funny story about my PS2 controller. The drivers for it are so bad that they were actually causing like a game that I was playing to crash every time I touched the analog stick, and I didn't realize what it was for a while until I just went into the drivers and randomly decided to turn off the rumble feature. And I guess some
You can't because you're dead.
some form of the rumble was just causing it to crash as soon as the game checked for it, but only after the game launched.
Another expected victory.
The stat screen is more information about your performance. I'm pretty sure I know exactly how I performed there. Poorly, but with 5 stars. Alright. Giant flip trap. Oh, we're getting into a war scenario. OMD 3, Destiny 2, Elder Scrolls, PUBG. Oh yeah! Quick break. I think a couple of other things got released on Stadia that you have to grab before like the 16th if you want it for free. And to grab those, you just have to go to the store. Yep, got that. Oh no, it's that thing. Alright, so I already have it. Stadia is just a service. You can use keyboard and mouse with your computer. You don't need to buy any hardware. Right. But if you do have the hardware, you can use it in places other than your PC. I think that's just the point I was trying to get across. So if you have your own controllers, you can use those on your PC too. What games will not be free after the 16th? I think they said the Elder Scrolls Online. Like one of the editions of it. But I think the standard edition is part of the Stadia Pro games right now. But yeah, I've already claimed everything, so I'm good. Alright, so let's hit up Spellbook real quick and see what's up with these 2 war scenario traps. We got the... Oh, cool. So these show up as a different color in the Spellbook, and I think that's because they go in a different loadout. We have the giant flip trap. Flips large amounts of enemies depending on their size. Flip 500 enemies. So this is literally just use it and then purchase the unique upgrade. There is no levels or special upgrades on the war traps. I wonder how much they cost. What is the other one? Mega Boom Barrel Launcher. Kill 750 enemies. Increase explosion radius. Increase max range. Okay. Alright, alright. Well, if I can't spend anything there, I should probably start focusing on things that I can improve. So let's see. For the barricades, I need to play 7 more before I can get anything else there. So let's not worry about that right now. Healing trinket. I need to activate the trinket 9 more times. Oh wait, what's this? Increase max health. I'll do that. This is still the only ceiling trap that I have unless I purchase one. Confusion flower. Empty rift, dwarven hammer, blade staff. Ooh. I've always liked the haymaker. I think I will purchase that. Rapid fire ballista. Fire bolts that penetrate to hit multiple enemies. Mountable in war scenarios only. Bleed enemies that hit or stun enemies hit. Huh. Alright, haymaker is like a generic trap that's good. Shock Zephyr is good against armored enemies. The stone staff. I can't change my primary weapon yet, so I'm gonna not focus on using the stone staff. We're still unlocking trap slots, so alright, spikes. You get to be lightning, and we'll get 1 upgrade. Okay. You know it's good when you grab a slice and the pizza string's 2 feet above the rest of the pizza? Yeah, it's some good stretching. What are war traps? You're about to find out. That's a very high effort light switch. Why is there an underground statue of Cygnus?
The story of Master Cygnus is known to all.
Oh, Master Cygnus taught my hero Maximilian.
Yes, he tried to teach your hero. He was my teacher as well.
Didn't you turn evil for?
Don't test me!
Sorry, sorceress.
What is not known is the story of his best friend, the elf Vorwick. Human and elf fought side by side, the most talented war mages of the Order.
I feel like they
Before
literally
infighting
rearranged
forced
this
the
room
Horde
during the
into small
cutscene.
factions. They used massive traps and defeated the largest orc armies. Cygnus and Vorwick were the best young war mages of their generation. But when their final test came, only one of them would pass.
Young Cygnus looks like he got kicked out of Lord of the Rings, not gonna lie. Cygnus solo? Vorwick and co-op. Oh, do you get different characters in the war scenarios if you're playing solo or co-op? That's crazy. Starting weapon, chain lightning staff, special movement ability, feign death, and elven short swords and teleport. Okay. So that means that they probably play very differently too. Noble hunters and grenadiers are worth 0 rift points. Okay. Giant flip, mega. Ooh, those are expensive. 3,200 coin is a whole bank rush in this game. Stop stealing your jokes. 150 years ago, Cygnus was old as hell.
Here we are once again, friend Vorwick, fighting the largest orc armies ever assembled.
I welcome it, friend Cygnus. I am curious about what drives the orcs. You must admit, they are far more willing to die for their cause than our own Order mages.
They're definitely stubborn,
All
or
right.
perhaps just stupid.
I like the sepia filter that kind of fades away.
Their numbers are no match for my strength and your knowledge of rift magic.
So this is how large this area is. This area alone is big enough to be like another map. And it's probably just going to be like a flood of orcs. This castle looks huge too. Alright, so if I remember right, war traps can only go outside. So we want to do something like this. And then we set this boy up right here. And then
This will surprise
we can
them.
like hop in it and yeah. Launch your own boom barrels. Alright. We'll be back for that. Yeah, we do want to get some flip trap goodness in here. They give you a ton of coin, which means this is not going to be a safe or friendly place. You got to be careful with these flips. So the best thing to do with the flips is probably to just throw people off this way.
A master's war machine.
Probably cascade them a bit. Alright, let's sell this and
I
then
love this device.
we'll move it like back here. And you know what? We got running and everything else. We'll put you over here.
This could stop an army.
Alright, but these guys are basically going to be coming through here too, so. We got that there.
Meet them with force.
Alright, and if they actually manage to hit this, they will be very, very roasted.
This should work.
Should have brought some ceiling traps, but okay. Good enough, I guess.
An excellent location.
Can I place another one of these? Yes, I can. Actually, you know what? You can just go back that way. Alright, that is a lot of giant flip traps. Do we have space for any other ones? I don't think you can place... Oh, no, you can. Okay. Okay, then right here... Literally just throw them at the wall. See how that works out.
This could stop an army.
Okay. So here's the issue. I got to make sure I kill as many of these guys as possible. If they manage to get past these giant flip traps and to that gate, I will have almost no coin left to try to stop them. And that could get really bad really fast. One of the strats that I think you can use is to just ignore using the war traps, but why would we do that? Yeah, I think we're good with what we have. Oh no, I could still change if I wanted one of the traps here. I guess we could do that. Let me take a quick look. Alright, let's say we don't want to use those two. Not use war traps. Yeah. Well, it's simpler to not use traps that have very specific restrictions. Like war traps can't be placed inside. Like if I take one of these and I want to put it in here, I can do that. But if I try to place the giant flip trap, I can't do it indoors. Like, it doesn't go anywhere inside here. Ooh, wall grinder. Okay, those don't kill you. That's good. So yeah, like, it's a trap that costs a lot, and it has very restrictive use. But when it's good, it's really good. Alright, then you can go in here too, and there's a beeline to the rift. Alright, not too bad. You also have some leeway to like try to trap up this area to force enemies into this wall grinder or whatever you want. I think this was added recently. Huh. Alright. First war scenario. Let's get this fired up.
I'm ready.
Huh. Oh, that sounds like a lot of orcs. These things have some travel time. Like, you really just gotta keep launching these to clear out as many orcs as possible. Like, there's probably close to 1,000, maybe even more orcs on this level. Alright, the flip traps look like they're doing their job so far. But we're about to have stuff that actually hits the gates. Maybe not. Alright, they made it there. Let's take a look.
Heavy orcs. This should be fun.
Do not take them for granted. They are a bit meaner than their smaller counterparts.
Oh crap, I'm getting mashed. Okay, you can headshot with Cygnus too, just like other characters. So like, if you absolutely need that damage, you can make it happen. I wonder if the trap refire trinket works on... No, you don't. They sent kobolds.
Enemies are preparing to breach one of our gates.
Alright, yeah, this is when we start to run into a problem. I have to basically bait all of them onto these large traps. It's actually working a lot better than I expected it to. Not until the orc got here.
Enemy forces are attacking.
Okay, now it might be a problem. Gotta make sure the ogres don't do too much. Okay.
GG, no re.
GG no re, good job. Thousands of orcs. Okay, I have no idea how many I killed so far. But yeah, we get a lot of time. What do we do here? That probably was the lightest wave that they're gonna give me.
This will surprise them.
I'm going to see if I can flip as many of them back to where they came from
war machine
as possible. Alright. And we're going to get back in that boom barrel thrower and start throwing like there's no tomorrow.
Once more into the breach.
More enemies on the way.
The crazy thing is that there's upgrades for these. Like, this thing is decimating like tens of orcs per shot, and it can get better. That's just crazy. See, it's a good thing I actually set up those arrow walls, because I think those are probably giving me like the most help against the orcs, or the ogres. Man, they're just shoveling orcs out of there. There's just so many. Alright, we got a few ogres starting to pile up. Oh crap, there's a whole bunch of ogres. Alright. Let me try to get this as clear as possible.
How dare you?
Headshots with Cygnus's lightning staff are ridiculously powerful. Like, crazy amounts of how did they just get murdered that hard?
Ow. Another threat vanquished.
Okay, we're just about done. We gotta clear these enemies out and we're good. So I think the heavy orcs actually can't be thrown off by the flip traps. That's probably their purpose. Alright, yeah, you're not getting rid of me that easily, buddy.
A worthy foe.
Come on, come talk to my arrow walls, man. They would have words with you. That's what I'm talking about. Alright, we got one more.
Not sorry to see that one gone.
Alright. The crazy thing is all of these drops, because I'm blowing everything up so far away, are falling back here. Oh no, it's not an upgrade. It's an intentional physics sort of thing for the heavy units. They're heavy, so they can't be thrown, or like they basically just fall down instead of you know, getting thrown all the way back to where they came from, or you know, off the map.
I love this device.
All right, let's go ahead and get back. I mean, an upgrade for the war flip trap. I thought I looked at the upgrades for that, but we can take a look when I'm done.
I'm ready to start.
More
Alright.
enemies on the way!
We're making decent time. About 5 minutes a wave seems to be reasonable. Right, but I see what you're saying, but I'm saying that the enemies already have variable like flight distance or launch distance based on their unit type. So light units fly the farthest. Medium units don't fly as far as the light ones, and then heavy units basically just trip. They fall effectively right about where they are. Oh, they're sending a lot of ogres. That's like 4 ogres in one spot. Alright, they're going that way. They can have some boom barrel right there. I'll try to hit them. Oh, nope, that's too far. Alright, you know what? I'm making this a lot harder for me than it needs to be. Are characters from Unchained returning to this one, or is it mostly new ones? I'm not sure. Like, the word is that there's possibly... Oh no. There might be DLC for this game and we don't know what it is. Or, not that there might be DLC. There's probably going to be DLC and they haven't unveiled what they plan on adding or not adding. So, that doesn't mean nobody from Unchained is coming back, because technically Cygnus is a character from Unchained, and this is the first time other than Unchained he's been playable.
Creature, dead.
Okay. Dead. Ooh, this is ugly. Come on, get shot in the head, sir.
Won't be the last.
Yes, I got out of the Mega Boom Barrel Roller a bit too soon. It was a bad idea. And if that wall goes down, I am in trouble.
Our enemies are attacking!
So I probably need to do something like this and this. And actually probably a bit of this. I should give the flip traps a bit more credit. Really, I'm more like just afraid of all these ogres because they are really dangerous, especially in packs.
Who's next? Nope, I can't.
Look out! Our enemies are attacking!
Nah, gotta shut you down, buddy. Come on. All right, maybe not. I think they might get through in a second.
Our enemies, they're breaking through.
Oh no, this is the last one.
A worthy foe.
All right, that door is a champ. Other than Cygnus, Gabriella, and Max. She is the closest to being canon. No, Gabriella is absolutely canon. Gabriella was in the second game. Door? Oh yeah, the door is pretty much about to be bust down. We can't prepare for that though. Yo, hey, Delinter, what's going on? We can start the shenanigans for planning when this breaks.
One of these here?
By doing something like
Perhaps
this.
one of these.
Okay.
Yes, I'm ready.
More enemies.
Oh,
on
you said
the way.
Zoe. Oh, I didn't see Zoe in the text anywhere. But yeah, Zoe would make sense, mainly because she's also like a student at the academy, and I believe the canon going into this game is that before Max disappeared, that he and Gabriella were training new apprentices. So anybody from the Order that is effectively training to be a war mage could become a character as like DLC or story addendum or whatever they decide to do here. Why not put tar and spikes on the bridge to help kill things? You have gaps for them. It seems like there's gaps for them, but there really isn't. It's like a half space width, and I don't have anything that really fits there well. Also, like, if you're using the larger war traps, it really doesn't help you to use the smaller ones right next to them, because the war traps are really meant to be like one-shots. Whatever they hit, they can essentially kill. This is my understanding of it anyway. I'm sure there's like other ways you could look at it, but
The enemy army is attacking.
yeah, we have to be prepared for the ogres. They're going through no matter what.
Another threat vanquished.
Oh, that was a crazy lightning streak. That killed basically everybody.
Not sorry to see that one gone.
Why did it just not hit that guy? Alright, come on over,
Enemy
buddy.
forces are attacking.
Well, that was a challenge.
So from home to you, there's Zoe. Not just Zoe. Technically, like Zoe's the only human. I don't think, like if they're including elves, they could include other humanoids, but I'm not sure how far they'd be willing to go there. Like right now, there are no bears. Hogarth technically could count. Okay.
Look out! Our enemies are attacking.
I know they're attacking. That's why I'm here. Alright, we can run through the here.
They've broken through a gate.
Alright, yep, they're through.
No better spot
Here
than
they
here.
come.
Sorry, cannot hear over orcs being killed. Yeah, it's my fault. I didn't really sound balance this before I went in, so I'm not sure how well you guys are hearing my voice over the game. I should be a bit louder. Like audio and OBS shows that I'm peaking, so I should be coming through relatively crisp.
That won't be the last.
Hogarth?
threat
Oh.
vanquished.
It's fine for me. Great, thank you. Okay, so I think we're doing all right. We're on the last level. We could probably just spam up as much damage as we can muster in here.
No, it's a wall trap.
And then, just to make sure that nothing gets through here too easily, do a little bit of this. And I think we're good. See, actually I probably could put like just some spikes down. This would help with the big
one of
guys.
these. Prepared as always.
Alright,
More enemies on the way!
last round of the boomiest barrels. But really, how can Hogarth be canon?
Our old friend Crag has
It's not about how can somebody be canon, it's more about
He will deceive
if they decide to actually make them canon. Because canon just sort of happens. The question is if you enjoy it. And a lot of people liked Hogarth. Yeah, this is 150 years ago. But also, like, a good reason is that, you know, you wouldn't have seen anything like this in the previous games is because Max and Gabriella were kind of novices. They don't actually use the same traps, though. Like, the traps are similar, but the upgrades that you have access to now are actually improved over the old games. Like, the floor spikes can now shoot lightning. That's a little too short. Like, they did not have lightning floor spikes in any of the old games. If I remember correctly. I think they had slowing floor spikes and maybe a bleed. But never lightning. Oh, wait, there's a boss. Hold up.
next.
What the heck? Crag? Alright, he's disabling my war traps. That's unfair. So, Crag, I guess, is a
Creature.
disabling boss. Similar to some of the bosses that they had in Unchained. I think they took a lot of the boss ideas there and they put them in this game. Okay. I really... Oh, crap. How long are these down? Alright. Gotta follow this dude. He needs to go down really fast.
I cannot.
This is bad because I seem to be really out of mana. Can I headshot him? Yes.
And down it goes.
Alright, Crag dropped. Are my traps back up yet? Alright, they seem to be kind of working. Alright, I'm happy with that. Oh man, I wasn't expecting somebody to just literally say all your traps don't work anymore.
A worthy foe.
Now I'm talking about in the story, the president is using the same traps as you are now, which is 150 years ago. Technically, these are the first war traps I'm seeing. And, we don't know, we know it's been a few years since, Max, like, basically had the events in the first two games. But also, a lot of the stuff in the Order was still being taught to Max in the first Orcs game. Remember, he was a novice, and, like, as he was being trained, Cygnus basically faked his death. So he would have literally just been picking things up as he went along. Like, remember, he didn't even have the knowledge of the Weavers in the beginning. And also, what OMDU character would you want to see canon? I mean, Zoe was my favorite character, but a lot of people want to see Smolder. So Zoe, Smolder, Dobbin, and Brass. Just there's a decent amount of characters in Unchained that could come back and wouldn't feel out of place or weird. Ice Amulet. Long range, multi-shot ice attack with secondary short range freeze ability. GG. 5 stars here. 5 stars on Apprentice. 12 stars in the book. We got a new trinket. Or weapon, actually. Freeze 90 enemies. Increase freeze duration. Secondary. Creates aura around player, damaging enemies. That sounds great. See, the ice amulet in this game is like really good, I think. Right now, there's very little crowd control that I have available to me other than the blunderbuss. The magic longbow has none. I just have the slow from the traps and the gravity pillar. So having something that uses mana for crowd control is just like perfect. That's a lot of skulls though. Alright, so we'll see where that goes. We gotta freeze some stuff. I really liked Ozio. So I was always conflicted about where Ozio was supposed to be. Was he like an undead like order character, or was he supposed to be part of the Unchained, like reanimated? Master Chief. I think Dead or Alive already got that one. Alright, so we set the giant flip trap. Yeah, placeable indoors is the only unique upgrade other than reducing cooldown here. So, yeah, they'll never be able to flip heavy units. I mean, knocking them down is the most they'll probably interact with them. Any release date for consoles? We don't even know if this is coming out on any PC platforms other than Stadia in the near future. So, that's all we got. Alright, so let's go ahead and continue. Yeah, I feel you, man. Headshot bonus damage can vary if the target is really tough or has a good helmet on. Wait, helmeted enemies take less headshot damage?
Sorceress, I've read all about Master Cygnus, but I don't remember Vorwick.
Vorwick was the equal of Master Cygnus and just as heroic in defense of the Order, but all record of his accomplishments was wiped from history.
And you're going to tell us why?
I will, but first you must deal with these orcs.
Yeah, you definitely can use the Stadia controller here, or even if you have a controller plugged into your PC when this is running. I didn't get to hear what that last bit was. But yeah, if you have a controller, I can just restart and hear it. If you have a controller while that's plugged into your PC when you load this up, you can set the controller settings here too.
I've read all about Master Cygnus, but I don't remember Vorwick.
Vorwick was the equal of Master Cygnus and just as heroic in defense of the Order, but all record of his accomplishments was wiped from history.
And you're going to tell us why?
I will, but first you must deal with these orcs.
Hello? Are we not going to talk about how this Warwick guy is clearly in love with the orcs?
This map feels like it reminds me a lot of the old sewers, but just has a really funky layout. Like there's 2 gates, one's around the corner here, and both of them have like these little green sewage hoppy things. Max comes back as the Master Chief. I mean, effectively, Max is the Master Chief of this game, like as far as the characters go. He's the lucky one. Let's see what we got. Oh, wait, do I have my other slots now? Oh, nice. They just give both of them to you. So let's put that there. Yeah, that works. Walls, shiny stuff, trinkets you don't use very often, barricade. Okay. And once we get another trap, we can use that too. This is a lot of stuff. Alright, so we got medium orcs, weak against arcane and elements. Heavy enemy, weak against arcane and elements, strong against headshots and physical damage. Oof. Alright, so if the heavy orcs are weak to or strong against physical damage and headshots, that basically means you have to use a trap setup to take them out. Anything else, and they'll really just bulldoze right through it. Light orcs, yeah, weak against arcane and elements. Ranged are weak against arcane and elements. Ogres are weak against fire, ice, and headshots. Strong against physical damage. Okay. Earth lords, very heavy. Oh, they actually look like rocks with like moss and trees growing out of them. Breaks into earth elementals when destroyed. Weak against arcane and ice. Strong against headshots and physical damage. Alright. So earthlings and earth elementals are weak against arcane and ice. I do have one ice thing. I don't have the spike trap set up for arcane. And I think it's the only thing I have that can deal arcane damage right now. No sign of guardians. Guardians I'm sure are in the game. I think I might have to buy them. Actually, let's quit. So, taking a look at the spell book. Yeah, Guardian Archers. Guardian Archers are right here. Do they have the... They have the decoy? Bank of Archers is probably a war trap version of the Guardian Archers. I don't see the Guardian Paladin here, so maybe he's not in the game yet, if he's going to show up. Wind belt's there. So we probably have to play a bit more to get Guardians. But what was I thinking here? We wanted to go with the floor spikes. We want to make those arcane instead of lightning for now. There we go. Okay. Then let's head back into close quarters. Wait, rip for what?
Sorceress, I've read all about Master Cygnus, but I don't remember Vorwick.
Vorwick was the equal of Master Cygnus, and just as heroic in defense of the Order. But
there's not a lot of ceiling space here.
From history.
And you're going to tell us why.
I mean, there's a couple of places like right here.
But first, you must deal with these orcs.
Hello? Are we not going to talk about how this Vorwick guy is clearly in love with the orcs?
And I don't think I should get haymakers for this map yet. I will get them soon. I promise. Maybe after this level is over. How many characters are available to you now? Just the 2 starters. Egan and Kelsey. I don't know when you get anybody else. I think they only let you use Cygnus and Vorwick for the war scenario flashbacks. Like, you might only play war scenarios with Cygnus and Vorwick until you beat the game or something. Alright, wait, this is the door that opens first. We got that. No, let's not do it like that. Alright. So...
They'll never see this one. I need more coin!
Yeah, this is a bit overboard. Alright.
Textbook.
Why don't I just...
Exactly where I want it.
Alright.
Alright, let's do this!
Great, at least they have a plan for them.
Enemies are preparing to breach one of our gates. They've broken through a gate.
Oh yeah, orcs. Heavy orcs do take a bit of damage. Lighter enemies die from like one shot to the blunderbuss directly. I think the flashback was more for story filling, but I'd say you play war mode in the present time too. Well, that was the first war scenario. We can see if any of the other ones are present day or if they all go back. Oh wow, they are super tanky. Well, good luck there. He didn't make it.
That right there should be extra credit.
Alright, that was kind of nice. He like launched into the arrow wall and then it just shot him after he flew across it. Alright, so these guys are going to be coming through here.
Just like in training.
Make sure they get freshly roasted. Do one of these buddies too. And
That'll work.
is that what we want to do? Alright, let's get rid of you.
Come on, bring
And
it.
we'll do that. Oops.
More enemies on the way!
The cool thing about the secondary or the grenade shots from the blunderbuss is that they don't blow up until they hit an enemy, so you can like bank them off of things. Oh, that's a big boy.
Okay, what is that?
Whoa, I have read about these. Earthlord, I think?
Correct. And when you kill him, he will break apart into smaller, faster units again and again.
Like you can just kind of stack a bunch of them out there. It's like 12 a.m. man. Can you hover above the ooze? Okay, that was bad. Archers, man, every time. Got a shotgun him in the face. If I can aim. Oh wow, they really are weak against ice. We'll just try to get them bunched up. You should sleep soon. It's dead in 5 seconds. Character still talking about it. Well, you know, they don't expect you that you're just gonna run up to things and shotgun them in the face all the time. I mean, it's just what I do. Not everybody plays like that. Matter of fact, I should be just freezing everything to get the unlock on this.
And don't come back.
Man, having those guys frozen before like the arrow wall shoot at them is ridiculous for the damage it puts out. So we can have enemies burnt and frozen at the same time. That is not a conflict.
Schooled them.
Alright, we got a bit of coin. Let's leave that there and then see what we can do over here.
Yeah, I'm good.
I think we're gonna go
More
for
enemies on the way!
a bit of wall hugging this time.
I love traps. No better place than this. Where you going, huh?
Okay. I think we kind of made it through that. Just burn the top and freeze the legs. Simple. That sounds like some cruel and unusual punishment. Alright, archers. You guys gotta go. Okay, those guys are really upset. City's got the ice boys. Kill them.
Another win.
Alright, so this isn't set up as well as it should be. Yeah, we can go.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready.
More enemies on the way!
I'll do it that way. And then...
Perfect placement.
Yeah, that'll be fine. Get haymakers for me? Well, alright. No problem. I'll have haymakers. I should have, if I'm lucky, another 10 plus skulls at the end of this. So, we'll see.
Tell your friends. Oh, wait, you can't because you're dead. The octopus fuck.
Alright, coming through here now. How did I shoot 9 projectiles and miss all of them?
I need a bigger challenge.
I better see it next stream. Oh, I'm sure you will. So, if I'm not too tired, because I did have a relatively long day, I'm going to try to finish War Mage tonight. I think we're about a third of the way through the game already, actually. Though the stages do get a bit longer, as you can see the par time and the waves going up. It's 18 maps for the campaign, and then there's 7 endless. If I finish War Mage, I'm going to do videos for Rift Lord, because Rift Lord requires a bit more preparation and pretty much everything.
Not so tough now.
So a 3 a.m. stream, I don't know if it'll take that long. It's about 4 hours to finish the campaign, so maybe 1 or 2. And we're at, oh, it is midnight already. Okay. We're on like map 7 or 8 now.
More enemies on the way!
But I guess I have been talking to people about Stadia and everything. So yeah, maybe we'll finish, you know, 2:30, 3 a.m. Yeah, it's really not that long. On War Mage anyway. Once we finish War Mage, we got to do Rift Lord, and that's a whole new bag of marbles. That is not going to go by easily or without work. That's right, I could just let these guys burn. Die, Earth Elementals. Story means DLC, hopefully. They did say there were plans for DLC. We have no clues what they are. So, again, if like whatever info comes out for this game, obviously I'm gonna give you guys as soon as I can get it. How did you get through that? Alright, you're not through that anymore. Congratulations. Okay. I think for the most part we're doing pretty nice here. We got like 3.5 minutes for this wave. And we're gonna roast him.
More enemies on the way!
Pretty freaking hard too.
I love traps. That was trivial.
Alright. For real though, good night. Might make a Discord server for you if you want. I already have a Discord server, it's cool. I mean, I don't really use it for the channel or anything. Though I guess, like, I don't know, if you guys really want a Discord set up, then I'll get something going so that we all have one where we can just post stuff. Night, Chris. Have a good one, Chris. I don't know, maybe I'll make a community poll just to see if you guys actually want one. Just paying attention to the mini-map, making sure I got no leaks. Alright, it's looking good. Uh-oh. Can't let the elementals through. They're the problems. They're way more durable than they look. Oh, that's a big boy.
I need a bigger challenge.
All right, there we go.
Should be extra credit.
So, are there no heroes in this one? It's just a customizable character? Not exactly. Well, like the older Orcs games, most of it is like items and traps that you choose to use. The characters in this game have a unique character action that makes them different. They also have skins. So the character that you select technically gives you a character ability that you can use to play the stage a little bit differently. It's not going to vary as drastically as the heroes did in Unchained, but it will give you different options. Like Egan has a ground pound, but his weapon normally is long range, so it gives you sort of a knockback if you get surrounded or if there are a lot of enemies nearby you. And Kelsey has the ability to levitate, which basically I'm finding allows you to score a bunch of headshots with her blunderbuss. Use the archer, not leaving. Oh, that's fine. Until Haymaker. Alright. So you can get a good night's rest. Haymaker. Bye. Alright, so deal 750 damage. That's easy. Increase duration or increase knockback force. Alright, there's one more upgrade for that. So this will be tricky because we got to find a map that we can actually use the Haymaker on. And we have the Guardian Archers. Alright, so give me one quick moment. And I will be right back. The Giant Killer Beehive is a war trap. But I'll be right back. Alright, alright. Let's go ahead and get back to the main event. So, what map was that? Was that 7? Yeah, that was 7. So we're on 8. Cliffside. Cliffside unlocked something. I think another trap. We just got the haymaker. Let's take a look at Cliffside and see what we can do.
So, Vorwick was just as powerful as Master Cygnus?
Yes, though they were very different. Master Cygnus could do things Vorwick could not. But like Egan, Vorwick was born with innate magical abilities.
Wait, what now?
Those differences could have made their friendship stronger. Instead, it tore them apart.
Hold up, can we get back to that bit about me?
Later, the orcs approach.
Seriously?
Alright, so instead of the gravity pillar, we'll use the haymaker here. We can barricade this map, but we kind of gotta force them into a good place.
Exactly where I want it.
Okay, it looks like everybody's going to go towards here first for some reason. This looks like a good place to put a bunch of haymakers.
This'll surprise them.
Ooh, I hate that. They always have like that one weird square where you just can't put something and it ruins everything from being symmetrical.
They'll never see this one.
Alright, so let's do one of these. Sell those. Okay. I think that's good to start. Maybe just add a spiky boy right here. What am I fighting? Heavy orcs, medium orcs, light orcs, trolls. Weak against fire, lightning, and headshots. Strong against ice and physical damage. Alright. Orc archers, ogres, and kobold runners. None of this is super great against kobolds. But if I build this up to later include more brimstone, it'll be pretty good. Hey, how's it going, Kenji?
Yeah,
will they
now's the
release more
time.
heroes? I do not know, Kazu. They have not given any of the information out about DLC plans at this time. They just said that some will probably be free and some will probably be paid, but ultimately there's a lot about the future of this game that we don't know about. We just know that it got released today. Oh crap, I never sealed off the other side. Why did I think they wouldn't go that way? That was such a bad move.
Enemies at the rift!
Alright. You're frozen? Okay, now I can go back here and deal with these guys. Actually, let's just start sealing you now. Yes?
That'll work. Troll. We don't have a lot of experience with those yet.
Oh yeah, these guys are generating. I remember.
Okay.
There are enemies in our rift room!
Oh!
Enemies at the rift!
Oh, that's my fault.
Hello, running out of
The
mana.
barricade is under attack!
Alright, you know what? I think we can do this. We can start this better.
They're almost there!
Because I wasn't thinking well when I did that. Hey, how's it going, Backbar? Let us actually just make
So,
sure
Vorwick
that we
was
only have a
just
single
as
path to the rift
powerful as
first.
Master Cygnus?
Yes, though they were very different. Master Cygnus could do things Vorwick could not.
Okay.
But like Egan,
So everybody's
Warwick
going
was
this
born
way
with
now.
innate magical abilities.
Wait, what now?
Boop.
Those differences could have made their friendship stronger. Instead, it tore them apart.
I don't think we have
Hold up,
anything
get back
resistant to
that bit
fire.
about me.
Later, the orcs approach.
Weak against fire.
Seriously?
Weak against fire. Weak against fire. Okay, so fire is the name of the game. We do want the spinny boys. Let's try putting those on the end. These barrels are also... Oh, you can just push F to have those get dropped. That's pretty nice.
Ready to go.
Alright, everybody should be coming this way. Hey, what do you use for streaming? So what do you think about the game? I think the game's great. I stream using OBS, and Stadia is captured through a web browser from Stadia.com. It's currently the only way I know to capture it from other people that I've talked to, and ran a couple of tests just to make sure it worked out okay. Alright, so those guys still seem to go this way. So, this doesn't seem like a bad thing, but it's a nightmare for par. You don't want guys going towards areas where they can't actually path early. Because it
Big or
basically
small,
means...
I can take them all down. Troll. We don't have a lot of experience. with
Basically
those
means they're
yet.
going to be wasting your time and not getting to the
These
traps
guys,
as fast as you would like them to.
Bye-bye.
There are enemies in our rift room.
Okay. Weapon switching in this game is also really good. Like, it happens almost instantly, so you can just spam weapon abilities, like, without really worrying about anything other than your mana.
Not so tough now.
Okay. We really gotta keep these guys from getting over there. The most important thing is we're not gonna keep that section of the rift actually closed off permanently. We're eventually gonna have to sort of uncap it, let things happen.
More enemies
Do a
Just
bit
like
of
in
this.
training. Perfect placement.
Alright, let everybody that goes that way just get burned. They shouldn't survive both the brimstone and the arrow wall, so we should be good. Alright, that seems to be working out. Is this the only gameplay on Stadia? You mean the only game that I play, or the only game that you can play on Stadia? Like, this is a Stadia exclusive. If you mean, could you play it anywhere else? The current answer is no.
That was trivial.
And no, I've played like a Zombie Army 4 and a couple of other things. Alright, so we are getting different gates open now. We need to move all of this stuff quick so we can try to make par. If we're gonna have everything go somewhere else, we just need to make sure that these guys can probably just die right here.
No better place than this.
Okay, no, let's not do that. Let's let them go
Totally
through.
right.
The only thing I'm worried about, I didn't see any kobold sappers yet, and if they don't have any sappers, then that's safe. We just have to focus on what will be coming through over here.
Watch out! Our enemies have broken through
Yeah, the
again.
graphics are really good. And they're consistent across like pretty much everything you play it on. Like I've tried playing this on cell phone. I've played this on television. It all works out really well. All right, potion number 2.
And don't come back.
Nope.
Ow!
Not today, Orc buddy.
I need to regenerate
Enemies at the
mana.
rift.
Okay.
Ow!
Thought I froze him. Guess it didn't fire yet. Okay, definitely need to trap this up a bit more.
Oh, I am good at this.
Alright, let's kill them first. They're starting to waste my time.
Tell your friends. Oh wait, you can't because you're dead.
Okay, so
Perfect placement.
More enemies on the way.
alright, let's get another one of these up. You fast bum.
That was trivial.
Where are my archers? I have not set any up yet.
Ow!
We still got a few waves to go. I just need to make sure this is safe because I don't have a guardian trinket yet, and if these guys get bum rushed by orcs, they are pretty much toast.
Bye
They're
bye.
almost there.
Bruh, calm down. I got this.
There are
Alright, maybe
enemies in
not.
our rift room.
Ooh, that was close.
Enemies at the rift.
Big or small, I can take them all down.
There are enemies in our rift room.
Okay. That was a little rough. Alright, so here's what we need to do to shore
I'm
this
short
up.
of coin.
First we need to kill these guys off because they are ruining my par again. Couldn't freeze him before he got me.
Easy peasy.
Okay, this is bad. I need to sell pretty much everything I have over. Dang it! Alright, I can do that at least. So we're going to
More
set
enemies
up
on
some
the way.
cades
This'll surprise them.
over here. And then we're going to slow everything, well, burn it, slow it. And then we can move these over here. Actually, I don't have to move them over there.
That's the way.
This prevents them from being as spread out, and it means that I don't have to worry about watching kobolds fly from like different angles all the time. Okay. One more thing we need. Another one of those.
I need a bigger challenge. Oh. Ow. Ow.
Okay.
Get them.
Nice.
Just like in training.
Alright. So probably want to sell those haymakers and put like one more over here.
Not so tough.
The good thing about the haymaker is if you can set up some sort of like crowd control or something under it, it will really just destroy everything underneath it, including heavy enemies. Alright, there's a couple things I'm going to have to do here. Where's the other guy? Freeze. Okay, this setup, not as good as it looks. I'm just gonna let everything come through here.
Let's do this.
More enemies on the way!
Exactly where I want it. They'll never see this one.
Oh wait, I put an extra barricade there and didn't even think about that. I'm wasting coin now. That was bad. Alright, that's fine. At least we picked most of it up. Leave my archers alone.
That was trivial. Big or small, I can take them all down.
Wow, these guys really don't last that long. They got like smacked once or twice and they're already down. Alright.
That worked. Easy peasy.
Okay, one thing that we could use here, some more of that.
The optimal spot.
Can I do this? If so, that should help them stay alive.
Tell your friends. Oh wait, you can't because you're dead.
Okay, one guy left alive. Where we at? Alright, the question is, can I finish wave 7 in however much time is left here?
More enemies on the way!
We can definitely do a bit of this though. That'll soften them up before they get around there. Doesn't look like we got this archer back during the kill break. I wonder if there's anything we can do about that. Like, do you have to have the trinket for them to regenerate? Yeah, so archers aren't super high damage, and I don't have them upgraded yet either. So whatever their actual potential is, I don't have it yet. They seem to also just soak damage.
Big or small, I can take them all down. Not so
I think I have to get it so that they deal some other type of damage than physical because... Ooh, okay. Yeah, need the skull, sorry. Thank you. But there's the archers. Like, that's a lot of money put into archers. Okay. These guys are kind of turning around where they are. That's fine.
The barricade is under attack!
Tell your friends. Oh,
Yeah,
wait,
those
you
archers
can't
are
because
super
you're
dying.
dead.
We might still make it though. It's not much left. Actually, hop over this. And there we go.
Never been so happy.
the biggest part of getting parred there was actually the arrow walls that were along like that little center corridor there. That everything kept doubling back through. Alright, so we got 11 skulls. Nice. Happy with that. We got the Bank of Archers and the War Outpost, which means we're going to another war map. Alright, so Guardian Archers floor trap. Alright, we have to kill 50 enemies with the archers. We got 28, so that's not bad. Regenerates health over time, deals fire damage. So deals fire damage is probably necessary. Without health regeneration, you have to carry some sort of trinket for them. Upgrades for them only increase their health, so that's actually not that great. That means the only actual damage upgrade for them is the fire damage. There is no Guardian trinket in this game, so I guess Guardians just stay down until you reach like a go break where the waves don't come until you push G again. That means they're probably not as good as they used to be. Like, the trinket really is what helped them survive. And there's no weapons or anything that seem to do anything like that. No. Okay. Blade Staff, primary attack heals, secondary attack launches higher, reduce mana costs. Actually, no. You know what I'm going to buff? Let me take a look at my buddy the Haymaker. So we accomplished its 750 damage immediately, no problem. Alright, so we want to increase the spin duration. That allows it to deal more damage every time it fires. How can we get the special upgrades? So not everything has a special upgrade. This is a little bit deceptive in the way that it shows up with an X over it, thinking that, you know, maybe something might unlock at some point. Special upgrades are apparently supposed to be meant for trinkets. This has one, and it increases max health. Like, it only costs like 4 skulls to get, but I believe all of the trinkets have one. I don't even think the weapons have one. Like, this doesn't, the magic longbow doesn't. Yeah, so it's sort of a trinket thing, and I don't understand why they didn't just make it like a regular level up upgrade, because it seems sort of weird because of that. Oh, that's it. Thanks for the answer. Yeah, like it seems like maybe in the future, like, just because, no, it's not bad English. I understand what you were saying. Like, your English is solid. Don't worry about that. I think what they were going for is, like, maybe they considered adding special upgrades for everything, and the trinkets were the ones that really got in. It's possible with future updates or something that traps and weapons get unique upgrades. Like, other than, I'm sorry, not unique upgrades, but the special upgrades. And it could be like a second challenge or something they're added. Again, this is literally the launch version of this game, and if they decide to add any extra features, any extra content, all of that could happen after the fact, and we won't know it until we see it. So, while some things look like, you know, that's just the way it is, like, keep in mind that this is just a day and age when games change with updates. Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I foresee there being more, but I just don't know what it'll be yet. And when we get it, of course, I'd love to talk about it. Quarter Pounder, the Freedom Trinket. The Freedom Trinket, really not so great. It's basically meant to prevent Ogre Stun. If Ogre Stun's a problem, co-op player gets speed boost when breaking from stun. Yeah, so when you don't get stunned, when basically you get hit by an ogre, you get a short speed boost, or you passively resist all status effects. So that means you just don't get hit with any status effects. I don't know how many status effects are in this game though. Other than stun, most of them really don't seem to be that bad, but I could be wrong. Other weapons. I hear the Stone Staff is pretty ridiculous. Increase secondary attack range, secondary launches after brief delay, reduce mana costs. Okay. Let me get that more damage on my buddy the Haymaker. And what's the bank of archers got to do? Deal 5,000 damage to either deal fire damage or fire a second volley of arrows. Alright, so we got all the flips necessary on the giant floor trap. The boom barrel still needs to get 250 more kills about. Oh, you get like 6 war traps. You don't have to choose them. Well, you do have to choose them. I think there's a little bit more than 6. Because we still have the giant killer beehive tree, the rapid fire ballista, the tornado in a box, the bowling boulder, and the snowblower as war scenario traps that have yet to be unlocked. So yeah, I think you get all but 2 of them once you're done. Is there anything else I can upgrade before I get out of here though? Barricades, reduce collateral damage taken. It's probably a good choice. Rather than reducing the cooldown on the brimstone, we could just change it to deal arcane damage. Let's do that. Upgraded. I guess that's an achievement for unlocking everything. Oh, look at the outpost is what you meant. Sure. War outpost. Place 8 war outposts. These are slightly expensive, I think. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know if they changed it. Complete to unlock unique upgrades. Reduce cost. Ooh, that's nice. Walls are slanted. Oh, that's actually interesting. So they don't have anything like boom barrel rollers here. So unless like the top of the war outpost is in a place where enemies would walk elevated, like they're next to stairs or something, like arrow walls and stuff could be used there. But if they're not, slanting them makes it so that when enemies walk in front of it, you could have like arrow walls shooting down at the ground as they go past. So that would be pretty cool. Yeah, either way, I'll probably, like, these will probably be in the loadout automatically, so we can take them and see what's up. So with the tar trap, yeah, I should probably buff this. Okay, let's continue. So it's like a placeable high ground for archers. Yes. But you can also place it, well, we'll see. Front lawn war scenario. 150 years ago. Yep, so we're going back in time for the war scenario. I think all the war scenarios may be in the past.
Master Cygnus and Vorwick would fight one more battle together before the end.
Why won't you understand, Cygnus? The Orcs need a master to shape their single-minded stubbornness into obedience.
Vorwick, old friend, any control would be temporary. See the Orcs for what they are. An unstoppable force of nature.
What I see, old friend, is that you refuse to share your power and help me protect the Order.
If that is truly your goal, look to the defense of this rift. They are coming.
Okay, this is a very colorful map compared to like almost all the other ones. Like you got kind of this hazy blue sky, like some weird looking background mountains. 10 banks of archers? No. I don't even have enough for 10 banks of archers. Those are expensive. So I think what works over here, that warder's probably insta-death, is we say no to letting them go.
This should work.
One of the sides. Alright, so that means that we get one side set up. We can shift 4 for the war outpost. So this is how the war outpost works. In an area where you would normally only be able to place ground traps outside, you can place a war outpost. You put an outpost up, boom. You now have a place for not just ground traps, but wall traps, ceiling traps, and, you know, more wall traps. When the upper walls get slanted, if you choose that upgrade, they can probably just shoot down at things. But then, you know, you already paid 1,200 on this. You can set it up to further coerce your enemies into whatever you want.
Excellent location.
I think we just do some roasty toasty stuff. Now, you can go up here, and then you have the ability to just, shift 3. Place archer banks
This will surprise them.
on top of this, and then you get a ton of freaking archers. And then there's this door that you can use to get up. If you happen to stack enough of these close on top of each other, you can actually make like just a straight up path.
This device.
We have no equal.
Nice. Alright, I don't really have enough to do too much more. But if I block off the end path here, then that means that I can make sure that they keep going this way.
Here's where they will fall.
And let's change that a bit. Let us do this, and then Spiky Boy. Alright, so that's it. But here's my issue with the war scenario as it exists right now. It's a bit expensive. Like, you essentially are paying for space at a premium when you already have ground space, and with a cost of 1,200 just to put out something that you can put traps on, like, unless you're making a big use of ceiling traps, it's really probably not that big a deal. So let us actually do this. These are probably more important. You know what? Might not even need the second one. So let's focus on really making this just a really super dynamic kill box. I don't even need to put that up front. I can put it back here, and that'll mean that they don't try to get through there at all, and they'll come through this way. Alright. Move this one up. How much content does it have? I googled it and they haven't advertised it's been released. The release information was in the Stadia Connect on July 14th. I think he said campaign is 4 or so hours and then 7 endless maps. So there's 18 maps on the campaign without somebody sitting here talking to a bunch of people and just playing through it normally. It can be completed in about 4.5 to 5 hours if you just gun through it. If you replay some of the levels or you take your time, you're probably looking at about somewhere between 5 and 10. And, you know, then another, like, set of hours or so for replaying through Rift Lord. Rift Lord is a bit more challenging, and there's a lot of things that you'll have to learn and refine about your trap placement on stages. But it's pretty solid. Alright, so that's good for now. Yeah, this is going to get packed. We're going to have a lot of people coming through all at once.
One of these here.
Let's do that. This isn't going to be enough, but I don't know, maybe we can improve it as we go along. We got the archers up top.
Yes.
The archers, I think, are just going to wind up dying. Like, that's my biggest fear with the archer banks. Like, they look like they're really good. To be honest, I think the banks of archers are a bit too OP, though. I don't...
Reset.
We'll see. Like, I mean, they will deal some crazy damage. But here's the thing. Their arrows are not, like, sniper accurate or anything. Also, the thing about haymakers is they literally will block your shots. So, while haymakers are really good,
Dynamite archers could pose a problem.
Yes, remember to fight them far from any barricades.
You have to kind of aim under or around the haymakers to actually get some damage in.
Ouchie. Ow!
Okay. Can these massive structures be destroyed? No. Barricades can be destroyed. War outposts cannot. I don't think any war trap can actually be destroyed. Though some of them are manual, so if you're not in them, they really don't do much. Alright, and this is where that war outpost basically starts failing me.
Well, that was a challenge.
Oh no, this is like... Oh no, the other group is coming at me now. Alright, so we need another one. 4... Alright, and we should be pretty much good there. So, there's an issue with the way that this map basically sets a lot of things up here. Mainly because of the fact that there's just 2 waves split between 2 lanes every time they come out. Or just the way that they run. If you don't have like a single area to trap them in, it tends to take a really long time. You can actually do this a lot faster, I've found, by just not focusing on like the outside areas and just letting them get into like the castle and trapping there where you have like a single kill box. Just because the repathing the orcs through the other side tends to be a bit of a problem.
That won't be the last.
What else is left?
They
Oh, okay.
did not pass.
Look at Discount Gandalf over here. Alright, let's go
Let's
ahead.
begin.
Alright, so let's take a quick look up
More
top,
enemies
see what's
on
up.
the way.
Doesn't look like we lost any archers. That's a good sign. I can't really say how much damage they're dealing. Like, one of the best things that you could probably wind up putting up here is like a giant, yeah, one of these. Is this coming to PS4? Thank you for streaming, by the way. You have made my night. I don't know of this coming anywhere other than Stadia right now. We don't have any information on other platforms coming from Robot. We'll have to wait to hear from them regarding anything. So, right now, it's Stadia only. I got done with the Thrift Wars scenario, and I find myself struggling. What traps do you think is the best to use, and what do you hope they add in this game? I would like the Floor Scorcher to come back. It's been a solid trap for me in every game that it's been in, and I always enjoy the way that it sort of adds like range to ground traps, which is something that they usually lack. It also is always very friendly to combos.
Not sorry to see that one gone. And down it goes.
Okay, so just so I don't have to deal with these guys quite as often, I think I want to do that. There's a slow there, and then another slow there. We can put a brim here. And then another slow. Then block him off right here.
Who's next?
So, haymakers are kind of strong. Like, I just want to point that out. Haymakers, best trap. Maybe not the best, but they're damn good.
Dead. Let's have fun.
Alright, so...
More enemies on the way.
I guess the good thing about the archer banks is they don't require very specific placement. Like, you can just toss them up in a place where they'll be safe. But also they're automatic, which a lot of war traps really aren't. The war outpost here requires that you place a ton of traps on it, and basically becomes very expensive. What else do we have here? It's very costly. Alright, and then back here we can just kind of do this.
This could stop an army.
And this will allow us to part better, I guess. I have a question, by the way. In endless mode around wave 50, ogres start destroying my caves for no reason. Do you know why? It probably has something to do with the spacing of enemies. Ogres can't pass through half-width barricades in this game. So if you have any barricades set up that only have space for small units, anything that is larger than small as far as the unit size goes will start wrecking barricades. And they will not only choose small, like the barricade that they specifically can't get through, they will choose all of the barricades that are nearby them until they manage to clear a path. So they sort of have this weirdly chaotic barricade destruction. That was crazy. You know, just rolling dead elemental.
A worthy foe.
Oh wow, this is a lord. This isn't just like a
Won't be the
okay.
last.
This is a bit of a problem. Okay. Alright. Do you recommend we try OMD 3 now or wait until you have more time to evaluate it on Stadia? I mean, I've played Stadia. This is the thing though. You get about, like, if you sign up for Stadia, you get a month of Stadia Pro free. You get to play this game for as long as you're connected to Stadia Pro without paying anything extra. So if you want to play Orcs Must Die 3, create a Stadia account. Like, you get to play the game free for 30 days. If you don't plan on, like, purchasing it, like, to play repeatedly, then ultimately you can have all the fun that you want to have with this game immediately. It's, you know, not the best thing for Stadia, but that's sort of the try it before you buy it sort of thing. This is, I think, a goodwill mission for Stadia to show you that, you know, it kind of works. And if you feel that it's worth it, you can keep paying the subscription, or you could just purchase the game flat out, which I think somebody confirmed was $30 US. It was a full space, but at some point they were just stuck at the entry of my kill box, and then they just started to destroy every cade, even the ones that were unnecessary to destroy. Yeah, I just know that the destruction of cades when there's a pathing issue happens chaotically. Like, the closest cade they can attack, they will blow it up. And I have seen, like, weird obstructions and stuff. Like, some people have thought that they had, like, a full space, and, like, there was, like, some one section where a cade hit, like, a corner or moved, like, half a space in, and it just wasn't correct anymore. Alternatively, it could have been something with crowd control, where the pathing got units stuck, and then when the AI tried to figure it out, it just didn't work. Like, the game isn't bug-free, so if you do run into something like that, best thing to do is probably report it to Robot. If you haven't bought a game, you have a $10 off coupon Google gave out. Yeah, that's another thing too. Like, just for signing up for Stadia, you get a $10 off a single purchase coupon, and they give you a discount on some games as long as you have Stadia Pro signed up anyway. So It's something that can be like really lucrative, especially if you don't want to go through the hassle of, say, purchasing a console. Like, that's really all it is. Like, see if it works for you with the trial, and if the trial works, then there's no reason not to play Orcs 3 there. If you really do want to just wait for it to come to another platform, though, like, the only thing I can say is I don't know exactly when that's going to happen. These guys really just got through that war outpost. I got a lot of cash, and it seems to be my fault for not spending it soon enough. Alright, where we at? I still think I might be able to par this way, though. I'm dying to play a new OMD3.
That one gone.
Yeah, 20 days free and then buy for 20 bucks. Right. I know that if you are promised eventually, it doesn't always happen. Yeah, that's the thing too. Like, I don't think Robot's not trying to release this on other platforms once they have, you know, a lapse in the exclusivity window. I just think that, like, they probably found themselves in some financial straits, and Stadia came along and said, look, give us some exclusivity for the game, and we'll pad your pockets for a little while. It allowed them to get the game created, and then ultimately, eventually they might make some extra cash. Oh no, this guy's specifically here to destroy barricades. Okay, so he has to go. Alright, the good thing is these barricades...
A barricade is under attack.
Can he be frozen? Yes. Alright, he's trash.
They've destroyed a barricade.
You thought you did.
They're attacking the barricade. The barricade is under attack. The barricade is down.
Alright, we got Gorbash.
Another threat vanquished.
Ooh. That is heavily screwing up everything over here, though.
That won't be the last.
Alright, gonna need you to freeze.
I must conserve my power.
I missed that really hard. Trolls are no joke here.
Well, that is a challenge. Who's next?
I was curious, right? So Stadia uses off-site hardware, right? So I can play new games on my old laptop with Stadia. That is correct. As long as you are able to, as long as you have a decent internet connection, you shouldn't find that you have an issue playing just about anything on Stadia that they have available. Like, I've played games over the internet on my cell phone, via a Chromecast Ultra, and just on my computer. I have, a gigabit connection, and I think they only require that you have like a 35 megabit connection for maximum everything. So 35 megabits down, and you should be good. I don't think it's exactly what I was trying to do, but thanks for teleporting me to the top anyway. I'm trying playing YouTube videos at different resolutions. Make sure you can play 720p, 1080p, 4K, depending on what you want to stream as. I don't think YouTube videos are going to have the same sort of latency as like Stadia, though, just because there's some encoding that happens on YouTube on your machine. Like, YouTube sort of sends you the data, and then your machine sort of decodes it.
Victory.
It happens via code in your web browser, but there's still some processing that happens on your machine. If 720p stutters, your gameplay may suck. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I would just say run a speed test. Spike wall, slap enemies in the face and throws them back depending on their size. Not bad. So, we got 13 skulls there. Let's see what we got. Besides the spike wall. Alright, so we didn't place enough outposts to get anything really ridiculous. What did the Bank of Archers do? They did their 5,000 damage. Alright, so they can fire an additional volley of arrows, which upgrades their DPS a bit, or they can deal fire damage, which gives them an elemental bonus, which makes it easier for them to help you set up combos. If you need a source of fire, that's not a bad choice. It also means they work better against a lot of enemies that are weak against fire, which would be like trolls, regular ogres, and all the normal orcs. So I think that would be the choice for them. My old computer couldn't play 1080p YouTube videos without it stuttering like crazy. 1080p actually requires a decent amount of throughput as far as your data, but again, there's some encoding that has to happen via your graphics processor. So, you know, certain things might work well, certain ones wouldn't. Depends on really the age of the computer. If it's like a laptop or something that was made within like the last, I'd say 5 to 7 years, probably not going to be that big of an issue. My desktop isn't even really that new. Like I've been creating videos and things like that with this for about the past 5 or so years. It has a decent graphics card, so it's not in the same category as a laptop, but still, like I think a laptop is the only thing I haven't tested Stadia out on yet. But you know, I'll be happy to give that a shot and then give you guys some feedback on it, separate from this stream though, because I'm really not supposed to be talking about Stadia a ton while showing you guys this, because I did get the game for free. The game was given to me by Robot. Like, not just as part of Stadia Pro, even though I would have it, even though I have Stadia Pro. So we really just want to make this about the orcs right now. My laptop can play vids in HD just fine. Doesn't have the power to run games without melting. Yeah, then Stadia should be no problem, because effectively what you're getting is video of the gameplay. You're not really running it on your computer. So if you can watch video, no issues. My new computer can play 4K without issues. Well, if you have Stadia Pro and your computer runs 4K, then while Pro is in subscription, you'll be able to stream up to 4K. Just remember that it really will use a lot of bandwidth to, you know, deliver that 4K video. Yeah, if it came with Windows XP, you're fine. If it came with if it came with Windows 10, you're fine. If it came with XP, you should have upgraded that a long time ago. Sweet, so I can play PC games finally. Yeah, whatever's available on Stadia. I'm not sure what the full length of Stadia's library is. I haven't looked through everything, but I think they have a decent selection of games. Some stuff that I was looking to play, and some stuff that I may have already just purchased, because I tend to be an early adopter for games that I actually know that I'm going to get a lot of playtime in. Yeah, I would do 720p or 1080p anyway. Yeah, that sounds about right. Alright, so that was our second war scenario. We still got a couple of traps left here. Let's go ahead and increase the durability of arcades. Gravity pillar, we can reduce the cooldown. I don't know if we're going to be using that yet. What's up with our buddy the Haymaker? That's pretty much done. There's no further upgrades we can get on the Haymaker, which is good. We need to use the healing trinket more often. I'm playing a bit more careful. I'm not taking as many hits, so maybe that's my fault. Actually, boom, arcane. Let's try to keep those useful skulls available. Guardian archers, they still need to do some stuff. Ice amulet. Let's get that. Excuse me. Let's get that AoE aura damage thing happening. Oh, I have arcane on the spike traps right now. Getting hiccups now. Yeah, don't forget to refund skulls if you're not using them. Oh, jeez, come on. think we'll do it that way. Is there anything else that I want with these last 5 points? With the grinder wall, short range trap that damages enemies as they walk. You can have it slow enemies or increase the active time. Levels reduce the cooldown. Ripsaw deals ice damage. Okay, so this is the saw trap that was an Unchained. You can make it ice or you can just reduce the cooldown. It's pretty cool. Shock Zapper. Okay, so you can choose to have it behave like the old electric traps in Unchained did, with the kills triggering explosions, or you can have it just stun enemies that get hit, and it holds charges now. So this is basically like a lightning sealing brimstone. It's not bad either. I think the charges thing was the way that it behaved in one of the earlier games too. Hey, how's it going, Susu? Oh, wind belt. Yep, that's what we spend the points on. Alright, there we go. Push 500 enemies with primary. Reduce the mana cost. Increase force. Knockback force. Enemies thrown by secondary attack explode. Alright. That sounds nuts. Pick up light and heavy enemies. That sounds amazing. Okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and continue, I guess. What's the window trap? The window trap is the pain of butterflies. It confuses enemies. I think it's a manual trap, though. You have to get close to it and either hit F or hit it to activate it. And when the butterflies come out, if an enemy gets confused, they start walking backwards. It's basically like the mushrooms in Orcs 2. There's another trap that does that automatically, too. It's the confusion flower. Alright, so we just got the spike wall.
Not long after that battle, Vorwick disappeared. There were rumors that Master Cygnus banished him from the Order, afraid of what he might do.
So, what was the point of that story again?
The gigantic orc army's genius. They haven't been seen since the days of Master Cygnus and Vorwick, and now they're back.
Kelsey has it right. These new red rifts are bringing smaller orc factions together to create armies not seen since Vorwick's time.
We've got this, sorceress. Let's trap it up.
Oh, it's a good thing Egan's talented. He seems to be the dumb one. The dudes are always the dumb ones, though. It's basically how Orcs works. Kind of looks like you should be able to walk in there and see what's up. But I guess you can't. Ooh, so this is going to be an interesting level. We have some stairs here. Oh, I remember this level. This is one of the levels that you can play on Endless. This gets nuts, and I do not have enough traps for it. What is this weird... Oh, this is where the rift is upstairs. Okay. I was like, what's that weird blue wispy thing? And when you go upstairs, it's where the rift is. I'm using the wind belt trap as primary weapon with max mana reduce to stall the enemy back into the traps. The secondary attack is a bait. Even worse, if a ceiling is above you, they just get thrown up. Nice. You can take it and I think just push them in the environmental traps like the wall grinders and such too. I think it's also has some unique uses when trying to do high combos. If I remember it back from the Orc 2 days. Okay. So we have to trap coming from the center door first. One of the things that I like here is that you're able to sort of reallocate your traps even after you start placing them. In the older Orcs games, as soon as you place the trap, your spellbook was sort of locked. You still can't change things in your, as far as your traps abilities and such here, but that's not too bad. I mean, it would be better if you could, but maybe that's something that we'll get as a further quality of life update in the future. Who knows? I think most of this is good right now. We'll definitely need more barricades here. Any new enemies? I think most of the enemies here are relatively known. They look a little bit different than they have in the past. They have a visual upgrade, and they behave a little bit differently because this game has it's focused on the existing mechanics, but sort of played with them a little bit. Like elements don't behave the way they did in Unchained. Enemies have sort of specific elemental weaknesses, so you have to sort of diversify your trap elements to make sure that you're able to deal damage to like the different types of enemies that you're running through here. Like the Earth Lords, they're weak against arcane and ice. I have an ice weapon with the ice amulet, and then the brimstone deals arcane damage. My arrow wall deals fire. Yeah, we got kobold sappers this time. Like enemy, fast attacks, barricades, weak against fire and lightning. Okay. I just meant new as in first time seen in this game. They have, well, no, technically, because most of the bosses have existed in Unchained, but they have not existed the way that they do in the normal games, as far as I'm aware. So, there was 2 bosses that we ran into so far, both of them in the war scenarios. There was Crag, who was a trap disabler, which is crazy considering the cost of like war traps. Is ridiculous just how much coin he can knock out of you, basically. Then there was, what was the other one's name? It wasn't Crag. It was like, I don't know. I have to take a look at it. It was, I think it was the longer name that began with a G or a D or something. All I remember was he was a large ogre, and he immediately just wrecked your barricades. But they have different names than they did in Unchained, so I'm not sure exactly what they would pair with, because I don't remember offhand all of the bosses from Unchained specifically. Like I remembered their functions more so than their names. Very heavy enemy that regenerates health, weak against fire, lightning, and headshots, strong against ice, physical. Okay. So the main thing we got to worry about this time are the kobold sappers. This is the first time we'll really be dealing with them. So we need these.
They'll never see this one.
To be really, really
exactly
safe.
Where I want it.
Okay. Is there anything we can do to make this better? This needs to be blocked at some point. We can try to hold this first.
All right, let's do this.
Alright, you know what? I did say that I was going to try to finish this tonight. Like, I should probably revise that. I don't think I want to, you know, wake up late for work or anything. So, I think I'll give you guys until about 2, 2:30.
Here they come.
And then wherever I don't finish tonight, we come back and we finish that on a stream tomorrow. No, you don't.
Easy.
Oh, no, you don't. Where you at? Why are you still slow? Oh, so weird. Oh, no. Is that a kobold? No. Alright, he's dead.
That's what I'm
Cool.
talking about.
That was an pun that I did not expect to make, but I entirely intended. Alright, so big thing for these guys is to just let them come through. If I don't want to do that though, what we get the option to do is just force them to run around here. We can do something like this. And then we trap at the gate.
No better place than this.
Might as well double up. And then you sort of plan for enemies going this way. Okay. Now let's put this up.
Off we go.
More enemies on the way!
Oh. Guys, can someone tell me how to download this game? You have to sign up for Stadia Pro. Or Stadia.
Watch out! Our enemies have broken through again!
You don't actually download it at all. You just play it through Stadia. Like, you can jump on the game within like just a few minutes. As soon as you sign up for Stadia, you can load it up. Like, as long as you can get through the Stadia sign up, you could literally be playing this game in about 5 minutes. There's a link to Stadia in the description. I should actually update that to say that Robot gave me the game.
More enemies on the way!
Oh crap.
Tell your friends. Oh wait, you can't because
Did I really? Yep, I messed that up. Alright, the good thing is they didn't get close enough to actually blow up anything because they ran over the flames. Alright, so we'll want other enemies to sort of start pathing through here in a little bit. Alright, things are shooting me and I don't know from where. Oh, I see it now. Alright, let's force them to move around a little bit.
Big or small, I can take them all down.
Oh no!
Entering the rift.
I don't know where that came from. You know what? I'm only 3 rounds in. Let's go ahead and do a retry. There we go. But yeah, there is a link to Stadia in the description. So if you want to take a look at it, it can be reached there. You log in, and then Stadia.com is where you access all the games.
Afraid of what he might do.
So, what was the point of that story again?
The gigantic orc army's genius. They haven't been seen since the days of Master Cygnus and Vorwick, and now they're back.
Kelsey has it right. These new red rifts are bringing smaller orc factions together to create armies not seen since Vorwick's time.
We've got this, sorceress. Let's trap it up.
Alright. I think this should be good enough to start. I know that the gate that opens up on the right should be the one that happens after this one. And then I should be safe trapping up or barricading the left side. Don't think there's anything else I should have to look out for after that. Do I need to change any of my traps? No. I know some stuff I just didn't place and I needed to barricade more. Alright.
Can't wait. Let's do it.
I don't think they need to make the first, like, few seconds countdown actually count against par, but whatever.
Enemies are preparing to breach one of our gates. They've broken through a gate. Here they come. We are
Okay. That one we have to get up and stop. He's going up this way. He is coming from here. Alright, and then these guys we can just freeze. If I can push the button first.
Another expected
Alright,
victory.
and then this is where we sort of rebuild. Okay.
That'll work.
Nah, just move that one back too.
Perfect placement.
Actually, that might work. Okay. That should be good.
The optimal spot.
Alright, we'll need one more barricade over here,
More
and
enemies
then
on the way.
we can sort of force everybody to start hugging this wall and create a train.
The enemy army is attacking on another front.
Yep, alright, big
Watch
boy.
out.
Easy
Our
peasy.
enemies have broken through again.
Wow! I shot him once with the ice amulet. He broke, and then the arrow walls pretty much took care of almost every other step and phase that he had. That's pretty nice. Like, one of the things that I really like about the main, like, branches of the Orcs Must Die series is just how effective a good trap setup is. It really will just, like, do your job for you if you have it set up just right. I wish there was a hero like Dobbin in this game to get more money since there's no trap limit. Money in the regular Orc games actually works a lot differently than Unchained.
More enemies
There is a
on the
depreciation of cash earned as you continue playing through stuff. So you actually make less money per wave.
And they had bombs on their backs. Nice.
Alright, they didn't get to blow up anything, so they're looking good. Oh, I messed that up, didn't I? Yeah. Need to push that back half a block. And in this game, even pickups from like coin drops also get reduced as the wave number increases and stuff like that. So you really don't have infinite money, even though you can keep earning in most cases.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so move you back here.
They'll never see this one.
You know what? Why don't we just do that?
More enemies on the way.
Oh man, I completely underestimated just how good freaking arcane brimstone would be. It's a beast. It is a really good trap. Alright, so we want to leave that one there.
I love
Do something like
traps.
that. Keep this going. Alright, I do need to make sure I use this a bit more just to make sure I can unlock its upgrades.
They're attacking a barricade.
Oh no. That's probably just because I'm letting them fire arrows. Okay. Once all the yellow boys are gone, we're safe.
I need a bigger challenge.
Okay, so next up. I thought that sword that was flying at me was like one of the arms from the
Can we go again?
haymaker for a second.
Let's go.
Alright, the cool thing about this is that now this gate is basically just going to run over here. The only thing that I need to make sure of is that if they have any crazy runners, they get hit on that brimstone, and we're basically alright.
Here they come. The barricade is under attack.
Man, that troll got literally wrecked. Okay, I'm gonna get some of these in.
No better place than this.
Alright, and then I should be able to pocket some archers back here. I'm not sure if they'll really be necessary at all, but they should be able to shoot at everything coming around.
They're attacking a barricade.
Bigger,
That barricade at the end there is basically a decoy, so we're good. Orcs can sometimes just get stuck on your barricades. Okay, so we do got some cash now.
Just like in training.
More enemies on the way.
Alright, they should definitely be able to really just handle a lot of stuff coming through here now. Alright, they still haven't managed to blow up that barricade.
The barricade is under attack.
I'm dealing more damage to my barricades just by getting shot with arrows.
Not so tough now.
Man, those wisps get really close to the camera. Like, they're just light effects, but I swore that was something else for a second. I think that's a bug. These aren't currently taking damage, but they still show the visual effect of them getting hit. Alright, what do we have left? Okay, we could probably bank another set of archers back here.
More enemies on the way.
Exactly where I want it.
They're attacking a barricade.
That'll work. I love traps.
Alright, there we go. I think this is a really good way to use archers. Like, when you have a barricade set up with some space behind it, you can sort of pocket them, and enemies have to run through a bunch of traps. the haymakers physically block enemies in this game, so they are actually a way better trap than they initially look. The
Tell your friends. Oh, wait.
only counter issue to that is that they sort of block your shots too. So anything
Under attack.
that
Destroy the barricade.
ooh,
Easy feet. Ew. I don't remember that from the book.
can't really just do whatever you want with haymakers being around. Wait, what? Oh, did they? No. How did they get to the rift? They would have literally had to like fly upstairs.
Brains only take you so far. I'm back.
Alright, didn't realize that was insta-death. Alright, but I didn't see anything get by me. Like, nothing even went over here.
More enemies on the way.
That's interesting. I'll have to look back at the VOD here to see what happened.
They're attacking a barricade.
They didn't blow up the western barricades, so they couldn't have gone up the stairs that way. There's no haymakers over those barricades to throw them over. This is the only other stairs up. So, I know that
Barricade is under attack.
the rift is right here. It's possible that if an enemy got like caught up and maybe clipped through the stage floor, like going from the bottom up here, they could have just wound up near the rift and went in that way.
Can't cast without mana. Ow! Not so tough now.
Okay, they managed to kill the front 4 archers here.
Of course we won.
Alright, not bad. That should have definitely been a 5-star. 5 skull. I'm gonna say something definitely probably clipped through the floor there. Actually, let me see, what did we get? Wall charger, nice. So that will be my third wall trap, since I didn't set the spike wall up. Got a damage increase. These are stuns. So stuns was what it did in Unchained. Bleeding, I think, was its older effect. Alright, more cooldown. Fire damage. Sounds good. Do we have any other ceiling traps? Yes, we do. The swing mace. And the shock zapper. Okay. I guess we'll have to spend some cash on those at some point. Alright, where are we at in the campaign? We should be about halfway through. Just about, a little bit further. So then there's Secret Fortress. And then we have 6 more levels. 7. Wow, so this has sappers, regular kobolds, armored ogres, and heavy orcs. That's a lot. So you do have a bit of a overview of the maps here. This looks like it's multi-tiered. Oh, okay. This is like one of the maps from Orcs Must Die 1. let's go ahead and get in there. I want to download this game, but how? Go to Stadia.com. You don't download it. You just sign up, and then you can play it via the internet immediately.
Sorceress, that thing you said about how I was, you know, born with innate magical ability like Vorvik?
You don't remember your childhood? Curing your mother's fever, teleporting the family cat down from a tree?
I remember. And yeah, stuff kind of happened when I was around. Just good timing and luck, right?
No, it's not luck. Some of us have to work to use magic. For you, it just happens.
We've no time for this now. You have work to do.
She sounds very upset. Alright, so we have a floor grinder there. That's good. A portal that goes somewhere. Alright, it goes from here to back there. Alright, it looks like enemies go down here. This would be a good kill box setup area. Where's the other pathing area? Alright, it looks like they come up from below. Yeah, this is absolutely reminiscent of one of the Orcs 1 areas. Although it was a little bit longer. Okay.
Perfect placement.
Why not? Yeah. Okay. Anything better I could do here?
They'll never see this one.
Yep, let's do that.
Ready as always.
Enemies are preparing to breach one of our gates.
So now the ogres are covered in armor?
All that armor should make them pretty weak to lightning attacks.
As the ogre just basically got all of his health removed by electric spike traps. Whoa.
Ow!
Okay, that one's dead.
And don't come back.
Alright, now we just gotta reposition. What's going on, Biscuit? Oh,
Ow!
that one will kill me.
Okay,
Gotcha.
different plan this time.
So, wall grinder, safe. Ground grinder, deadly. Okay, so here, I think what we do is...
The optimal spot.
You know what, we could just make all of this a bit more efficient to use some barricades, but I don't know when or if the sappers are coming, so that could be a little bit dangerous too.
Textbook.
Alright, we just play it safe for now. Everything's deadly.
This'll surprise them. Let's do this thing!
More enemies on the way!
Alright, what do they got?
Our enemies are breaking through elsewhere! Look out! Our defenses have been breached again!
And of course, either we got a line of sappers or a line of explosive archers coming. Sappers. Yep, nice try. I'd have set up a bunch of barricades thinking I could funnel them, and they would have just blown everything up.
Check it out! I need a bigger challenge!
Okay. Same door. Good. You know, we could also just... Not that expensive.
More enemies on the way!
Yep, they think sending more ogres is gonna make me afraid. I'm so ready.
Just like in training. Watch this. Tell your friends. Oh,
Yeah,
wait,
the-
you can't because you're dead.
Ice Amulet's definitely ridiculously good here.
Ow! And don't come back.
Okay, so... Are we moving everything again? That's ridiculous. Like, hello, please pick up all your cash. Come see me at the other gate. Fine, fine. Is it me or is the character, or this character very boring? Probably just you.
Exactly where I want.
I mean, not everybody enjoys characters the same, so your mileage may vary.
No better place than this. Textbook.
Okay. That's
All
enough to get
set.
started.
More enemies on the way!
They'll never see this one. Not so tough now.
I mean, if anything, you're effectively playing a child soldier put on the front lines against a murderous mob trying to defend the ability for everybody else just to live their lives. So this game is basically put in a very chipper spin on something that would be super grim if it was realistic. Zoe, miss you. I mean, this is the closest character to Zoe that exists in the world right now. And she was one of my faves from the original, so yeah. This is gonna suck a lot.
More enemies on the way!
Perfect placement.
I love how she says perfect placement literally as I mess up the placement of a trap. Alright, you stop.
Big or small?
None of that charging
Take
me.
them
We don't play
all
those games
down.
right now. No. Thanks for trucking your buddy out of the way, but nah.
Where are you going, huh? Easy.
Oh, you still stunned me. I'm kind of upset about that. Not enough. Oh, that's a problem.
They're entering the rift!
Yep, that's a bunch of rip points lost. So I sold too many traps down
That
here.
right
I didn't know
there
how many I would
gives
actually
you
have,
extra credit.
or when they would open this back up. But that's good to know. Well, at least it seems difficult.
Let's
This
do
is only
this
Rift
thing.
Lord.
More enemies on the
That
way!
worked.
Alright, that's not too bad.
Easy peasy. Die, die, die!
Nope, not today, buddy.
That was
Sit your
trivial.
ogre ass down. Oh, they actually are making it through? This is not good. Okay. Might need to centralize. Oh, I am so silly. When both lanes opened up, this is where I should have had everything going. Right outside the rift room. I gotta put everything right here. Alright. Might as well do that now. Let's go. Alright.
More enemies on the way!
So, we do this. We can't set anything up on the grate. So,
The optimal spot.
that was horrible. But maybe not too bad.
Exactly where I want. I don't have the coins.
Yep, this works a lot better. I don't have to worry about how far the other group gets. They make it through their traps, then I'm already here.
Easy peasy.
Alright, you're dead. So are you. No problem. Alright, let's fix you.
I
Put up.
love traps.
Wow, they really just won't let you
Just
use
like
that
the
last
train.
corner. I hate when it looks like you
More
can't and you
enemies
can't.
on the way!
Alright, so it's not too bad. We should probably get some ceiling stuff up. Okay. Not bad. Wouldn't arrow spam be better in terms of space versus cost and spikes? You have fewer walls. And arrows don't recharge as fast as spikes. Arrows also deal fire instead of lightning damage. Elements are very specific in this one, so if an enemy needs to be weak against lightning damage, you have to deal lightning damage or else you're not dealing as much damage to them. I think it takes about 3 or 4 arrow balls to kill heavy orcs versus 2 lightning spikes. Oh man, I cannot wait until I get some ballistas. This area would literally just be Swiss cheese. And I know the auto ballista is a trap. I don't think you have to buy it. I think it just
Big or
unlocks.
small, I can take them all down.
Alright. I'm actually just going to start building out here a bit sooner. If I'd have built out here from the beginning, I would have never had to move traps. So it's really just my fault. I didn't actually survey the
Can
map
we go
enough.
again?
Hey, well equipped. I hope they'll add characters like the ones in OMDU. They can. I don't know if they will. We don't know anything about the DLC plans for this game yet. Alright, I'm kind of mad about that one, so I'm probably going to retry it. Snowblower, that's a... We must be going into another... We are. Alright. So I think I'm going to do this and then the next map. And depending on how long that takes, that might be the last one.
About how I was, born with an innate magical ability like Warwick.
You don't remember your childhood?
I do
Curing
not
your
have
mother's fever,
that.
teleporting the family cat down
That's
from
fine.
the tree.
Archers.
I remember. And yeah, Yeah, stuff kind of happened when I was
Spike
around.
wall, shock zapper.
Just
Shock
good timing
zapper
and
could be
luck,
good.
right?
No, it's not luck. Some of us have to work to use magic. For you, it just happens.
Good, good.
We've no time for this now. You have work to do.
Okay. Yeah, don't care about all that. So might as well just build this up here now.
This will surprise them.
We're gonna have some big husky orc boys coming.
They'll never see this one.
Yo, hope you're enjoying the game. I voice Egan. Wow, congratulations.
Enemies
Good
are
job on the
preparing to
voice.
breach one of our gates. They
And I am
broke it out.
definitely enjoying the game.
Armor?
All that armor should make them pretty weak to light.
According to me, I won't buy OMD3 if every character looks like this girl. I don't think every character looks like this girl. She's the only character that looks like her in the game. There we go. Alright. None of that. Get those kobolds out of here. No rift rats in my house.
Tell your friends.
Alright,
Oh,
so
wait, you can't because you're dead.
that's done. They all move. Alright, so I think it's fine to start underneath that bridge. We just don't want to stay down there. So, let's see. And then we what? Slow here?
Just like in training.
No.
That'll work.
Okay. Solid enough.
Come on, bring it.
This will give us something to try to slow down the
More
big heavy
enemies on
guys.
the way.
The iron ogres are probably the scariest
Our
ones.
enemies are breaking through elsewhere. Look out! Our defenses have been breached again.
That's the way.
You know what I actually kind of wish they did here? I wish they set up like a separate set of campaigns areas for Egan and Kelsey and like told like a bit of their own story.
And
Like it would be
don't
cool if all the characters in the game had sort of a mini campaign where they talked about like where they came from and then sort of
Exactly
combined the
where I
story after that. Like not that there's
More
anything wrong
enemies
with what
on
they
the
did,
way.
just you know. I think it would have added a bit more to the whole, you know, compelling character angle. Because it feels like they're trying to do that with Cygnus and Vorwick.
I need a bigger challenge.
And I guess they are kind of doing that with Egan and Kelsey, just not really their own personal story, but like a shared one
Tell your
between the two of them.
friends. Oh wait, you can't because you're dead.
Jesus, those arrow walls melted the ogres. Yeah, well, you know, 8 of them will do that. They're also completely upgraded and deal fire damage. Like ogres are, well, regular ogres are weak to fire. These big guys, they only really dislike lightning.
Easy.
Alright, so now we're about to create a Swiss cheese machine. Here we go. We got 14 grand to build it. Let's do it. So, die some more.
That's a wall trap.
Oh, no, we don't need one there. Alright, so that's going there. They can come through here,
I love the trap.
get roasted. Alright, then slow them down a
No
bit.
better place than this.
Is that good? No. I hate everything out here.
Perfect placement.
Alright, then let's do this.
No better place than this.
Alright, that's looking better. Then... No, you know what?
Just like in
One more of
training.
these.
Oh wait, that's a wall trap.
And then as we get
Can't
more
wait.
cash,
Let's do it.
we can set up some
More enemies on the
slows
way.
and then haymakers. Like, the haymakers will knock the lighter enemies out of the way. The arrow wall should hit anything that manages to actually touch the side. The slows should go in first, and then the haymakers last, though. Because the slows won't interfere with the arrow walls, the haymakers will. Yeah, I'll just come over here and die. Oh yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Not so tough now.
Arrow walls are so good in this game.
Bye-bye.
Didn't even realize at first that those were activatable traps. Alright, so those are set up.
That's only gonna work on the floor.
More enemies on the way.
Okay, so these guys coming through, right? See if we can roast some orcs and ogres. Those really don't do that much damage. That's kind of sad.
And don't come back.
Oh, oh.
Big or small, I can take them all down.
Oh, stunned. Okay.
Tell your friends.
That was a little
wait,
dicey.
You can't because you
Not as bad as before since they actually made it in,
yeah,
but
I'm
still.
ready.
Not
More
very
enemies
simple.
on the way.
I'm probably safe enough to try to funnel this, but I don't think I want to do that.
Easy peasy. I need a bigger challenge. Bye-bye. Check it out.
Alright. We got more than enough time than I think to finish this off. And we got a skull. Nice. Okay, so slow them down again.
optimal spot.
And then finish up these haymakers,
More
I guess.
enemies on the way.
By the time we get those done, we can place a couple more arrow walls, and the level should be over. Not sure exactly why they flew backwards unless that was just them tapping the haymaker.
Easy. That was trivial.
Alright. That was a huge, more brimstone required. Maybe. I could probably rim it with some more brimstone.
More enemies on the
You'll
way!
never see this one.
That's probably good enough. A little bit more of this. And it works like that because, you know, it doesn't burn anymore. Since it deals arcane damage, it's all done in a burst. So you don't have to worry about giving it time to actually get its burn finished. Fire effect normally lasts 3 tiles with no CC. Yeah, there is no fire effect from the brimstone. The fire effect's coming from the arrow walls.
Not so tough now.
Nice to see haymakers still OP.
Another win.
Alright, and there we go. Only took 13 minutes. Alright, cool. Got the perfect 5 skulls, the extra one for a 5-star in it on Apprentice 2. Alright, snowblower trap. So, what did we use a lot of? I don't know what this map actually looks like and whether or not floor outpost will be good here. Can't upgrade it right now anyway. I think the Bank of Archers, we selected fire for them. I still need to do some stuff with the Mega Boom Barrel, I guess. And we won't be able to do anything with the Snowblower because we just got it. Here we go. Deal 7,000 damage. And then you can either make it deal fire damage, then it really wouldn't be a Snowblower. Wait, does it still freeze if you make it deal fire damage? That would be pretty ridiculous. Or increase the freeze duration. Okay, so yeah, I guess we just go in. No, I don't want to leave all these skulls just sitting there. Not going to use the individual Guardian Archers, that just won't make sense. That's pretty much fully upgraded. Need to use that a few more times. There we go. A maximum cooldown reduction on the spike trap. Still got one more upgrade we can grab from somewhere else. Ooh, let's get the Dart Spitter. Okay. You can get the Dart Spitter to deal ice damage or to increase the duration at which it fires. Okay. Guessing it doesn't automatically deal its poison damage anymore, because it's not the poison Dart Spitter, it's just the Dart Spitter. Let's go ahead and increase the damage on that. Alright, let's see what's up with this last war scenario, or I guess the next war scenario. I don't think it's the last one.
Wow, we're at the world's edge. There's some serious
Oh
old
no,
order
this is the
history
first one
here.
that you get to do with the
Wow,
kids.
we here? We're apprentices. We just deal with the smaller orc attacks.
Not this time, Egan. Here you must face a slightly bigger problem, but you will have Master Cygnus's war machine spells to help.
Okay, we got this. Only slightly bigger. How bad could it be?
Okay. How bad could it be? Yeah, this is the first time you get to use the kids in a war scenario. Okay, so... Alright, so we've got 2 sets of winding stairs here. Looks like they go up to... This is a really tall place. Okay, that's where the orcs are coming from. We could probably archer up.
We shall not falter.
Right there!
Yeah, they can fire over here too.
Our bows are yours.
Okay, this thing is great!
Alright, I just spent 10 grand on archers. I don't know if I feel comfortable with that.
This day.
There's a similar area over on the other side. Let's cut that down to 5 grand. So this is going to be a little ridiculous. Fall damage? No, not in this one. Nice. Okay.
Can't wait to see this in action!
I'd advise against using that many archers on the wall. You soon will learn why. Oh gosh, have you already done it? Well, yeah. I mean, I could just double down on doing an internal defense, but I want to try to finish off. Wait, did I already have the fire upgrades for the archers? Alright. 1 bank of archers.
Whoa, that's pretty scary!
Failure is not an option.
Shift 5, can't do that. How big is this? This is not that big. The accuracy is not what they used to be in other... Oh, I already know they're not accurate. I've used them before. It's not really accuracy you have to worry about so much.
Oh, now we learn to create the good stuff! This'll surprise them.
Okay, so we got fire and ice here. Not too bad. Did I shave off those other archers up there? I don't think I did. We can do something similar out here. Just have a bunch of burst damage out here for whatever manages to get close.
That'll work.
Still not used to selecting the war
There's the
traps.
spot.
I'm sure playing this game more often will sort of get you used to that, but I'm not there yet. Alright, and then if we are going to do it that way, we come over here, and I guess... we just shut down one of the areas. Alright, this is the one I only put 1 set of archers on. Next one is up a little bit higher. Alright, so to get to the rift, they gotta come all the way up here.
Our volleys will decimate them.
They sound really confident in their ability. Too bad I don't trust them. I even think this might be a bit too high. Is there a lower place that they can be placed? Not for this side. Okay. Maybe just not archers over here? No, let's put them over here.
Good nice to learn how to do that sooner.
Okay, so... wait, what is this? there even anything interesting up there? I guess it's just the overhang of this door. Seems weird though. I guess that'd be a relatively safe place to put the... Can I actually get up there and trap anything? That's a weird location. Three banks of archers. I think the map after this, I don't know, but it was a map that reminded me of the one fort map on OMDU. Box used tons of archers on the top area to fire outward, and they didn't do jack. You want to keep archers relatively low to the ground. They don't fire too far out. Yeah, this is where you would want them. Okay. So, no.
Show us the target.
And there's one on each side. Alright, that's your archer position. The archer positions up here are too high. And that's what I felt like even placing them up there. I'm like, I don't even know if they can shoot out that far. Nope. Alright, so we kill the other one up here. I love the lightning effects and stuff that happen in the background here. Pretty good. Okay.
We serve the order.
So those should actually be able to hit things as they're coming up. Because they have stuff happening on more than one side here, it feels like most of this area is kind of dangerous.
Whoa! Why was this trap not in the handbook? Oh, now we learn to create the good stuff.
Alright, so that is what it is. Where did these portals go? Inside? All the way up to the top. Okay. And then this one goes to the other side. I guess? This map is similar like DLC and OMD2. I think so. Yeah, like the scale on some of the OMD2 maps were actually pretty cool. And they had a tower that was kind of winding like this, although it was mostly just inside, no outside stuff. Holy damn, this game looks nice. Almost makes me want to get Stadia. Almost. I mean, you can play free for a month if you just want to experience the game. Or, you know, I think somebody said it's like 25 euros if you want to buy it. And then you can play it wherever you want on Stadia. You don't have to subscribe or anything. But as long as you're subscribed, you just have it. Okay. Don't think there's anything else that I really want to do. The other side's sort of trapped up. Let's see how this starts out.
Yeah.
If I'm lucky, then these will actually do something, and I won't have to worry too much about like trying to... Oh, are you serious? Nothing even comes out of this side at first? Ah, that feels bad. That's just rude. Well, lucky this is the side that I place the flips on. Oh no, alright, stuff does come out. Oh, these are fire fiends?
Sorceress, a pretty big army of things I have not seen before is heading towards us.
Those are fire fiends, Kelsey, and they are totally immune to fire damage.
Totally immune to fire damage. Which my arrow walls do. Alright. Great to know that now, after lots of fire damage. Oh, that's so bad.
The enemy army is attacking on another front! Look out! Our enemies are attacking!
Oh man, that was such a good idea putting the frosting at the gates though.
Enemies are attacking!
Is this a war scenario? It absolutely is.
The They're breaking through.
Alright.
They're breaking through.
This is going to be a lot harder than it needs to be, just because of the fact that I'm using the fire arrow balls.
The enemy army is attacking. Our enemies are attacking.
If I was using anything else, this probably would be way easier right now.
I need a bigger challenge.
Archers, yes, the archers too. Alright, yeah, that's a good idea. We're gonna have to take off all of the fire stuff. Alright, so the brimstone, oddly enough, actually okay. You know what? I think we're gonna say forget, like, we can't use the haymaker. We can use the gravity pillar though. So we're gonna refund the haymaker. And we're gonna go nuts with the gravity pillar. Super low cooldown. The arrow wall is usable. We just need to refund this. Go for the pierce. Max the damage out there. So I don't even think the Guardian Archers or the Bank of Archers is even worth it. Like 2,500 for an inaccurate volley of arrows, and I can't even get the burn over time effect, means they're not going to do much. And the ice trap was really doing the most of everything while we were there too. What else? I think the regular Guardian Archers that I had deal fire damage. That's bad. Okay. Let's grab the damage for the gravity pillar. Don't think I'll be able to use the dart spitter, so let's refund what's there right now. Tar, get that slow up. Increase fire damage. No. We can definitely say no to that. Slow enemies briefly after they step off of it is going to be good here. There's a word if you defend before gate on war scenario. No. The only thing that matters is par. Par and not taking rift damage. So, I think that's mostly going to be it. Wish I had a couple more skulls just so we could get through this easier, but let's go ahead and do this. I think we should be good now. Alright, so we got the snowblower. The snowblower, I like the way it works.
We're at the world's edge. There's some serious old order history here.
Why are we here? We're apprentices. We just deal with the smaller orc attacks.
Not this time, Egan. Here you must face a slightly bigger problem, but you will have Master Cygnus's war machine spells to help.
Okay, we got this. Only slightly bigger. How
Okay.
bad could it be?
I'm just gonna
Ready
let that
as
go
always.
as is. Block this area off. Alright. I think I'm comfortable enough with this as it is. Alright, if anything's
Enemies
coming
are
through
preparing
here,
to breach one of our gates.
it's going to be doing one of these. Fight outside, need war outpost, wall ceiling makes everything easier. I think the war outposts are kind of just a waste of cash, really.
Enemies are attacking on another front.
Alright, so
Perfect
Enemies,
placement.
they're breaking through again. They've broken through a gate.
Exactly where I want it.
Enemy forces are attacking. They're breaking through.
Plus, if I can get them consolidated into just one
Sorceress,
area,
a pretty big army of things I have not seen before is heading towards us.
should be able to deal with them a lot
Those are
better.
fire fiends, Kelsey, and they are totally immune to fire damage.
The enemy army is attacking. Watch out! Our enemies have broken through again.
That's the
Here they
way!
come.
Okay. So I forgot to switch my trap out. Alright, great. I don't have a ceiling trap. You know what? Fine. This didn't take too long to set up now that I know what I'm doing. And I just gotta click like 2 things. Boom.
Wow, we're at the world's edge.
Get rid of
There's
you.
some
Put
serious
on
old
you.
order history here.
Alright,
Why
that's
are
it.
we here? We're apprentices. We just deal with the smaller
You can
orc attacks.
place war scenario
Not
trap
this
on
time,
balcony.
Deacon.
Yeah.
Here you must face a slightly bigger problem, but you will have Master Cygnus's war machine spells.
But getting to and from the balconies
Okay.
are annoying.
We got this. Only slightly bigger. How bad could it be?
Like, it's useful. It's just not super convenient. And if you have to move, then
Whoa,
it becomes a bit of a
pretty
problem.
Scary. That one goes on the wall. All right, let's do this.
Alright, let's get this set up, finished. Then we'll just have them get
The
bum rushed,
optimal spot.
frozen and hit with arrows, and then they can climb some stairs with me. Okay.
Just like in training.
Alright, that's blocked now. They can follow me up here. Blocked the wrong one. Alright, whatever. Actually, maybe not.
Enemies are preparing to breach one of our gates. They're breaking through.
No better place than this.
Enemies are attacking on another front. They've broken through a gate.
Okay.
Look out! Our enemies are attacking.
I love traps.
Did they get through yet? Here we go.
Enemy forces are attacking.
Sorceress, a pretty big army of things I have not seen before is heading towards us.
Those are fire fiends, Kelsey, and they are totally immune to fire damage.
Here they come.
They would throw something at me that's completely immune to my favorite damage type. No thank you, archer guy.
Tell your friends. Oh wait, you can't because you're dead. They'll never see this one. Oh, I am good at this. Easy peasy.
Oh, I get it. Because of the way that this wall is set up, you can actually force them to pass outside if you block the stairs. That's interesting.
Bye-bye. now.
Okay.
That was trivial.
So if I do block this off here, like this.
Perfect placement.
They let me do this? Oh, this is nuts.
That'll work.
Okay, that'll work for this area at least.
Okay, this thing is great. There's the spot.
More enemies on the way!
Huh.
Let's see how well that works, if at all. When you place traps, there are blue squares like grid. It's a nice thing. Yeah, the display trap grid is a option you can turn on, so it helps you space things a little bit better. There's still a bit of trap delay on those.
Big or small, I can take them all down.
This would be definitely cool thing to do if this was like an endless map. Just knowing you could just chuck things into the abyss like this.
Easy, easy.
Okay, come on.
Get them! Tell your friends. Oh wait, you can't because you're dead.
I'm surprised I didn't let the ice amulet headshot. Maybe it would be too strong if it did. Since most of the other projectile weapons, even the blunderbuss, seem to be able to.
Ow!
And it's not just physical weapons because, ooh, I didn't expect them to be able to hit me more than once. Cygnus's lightning staff can headshot too.
I need a bigger challenge.
Okay. We need lots more just things putting out damage.
Textbook.
So I don't like all of these. I think some of them aren't really doing much. I'm probably better off just replacing a couple of them with some
This will
arrow walls,
surprise 'em.
actually.
And don't come back.
Okay, so get rid of a bunch of these. Do this.
Totally ready.
More enemies on the way!
Okay.
Exactly where I want it.
Technically, we could put up some ceiling traps here too. You played a Cygnus? Yeah, you play as a young Cygnus in the first 2 war scenarios. And the war scenario traps are basically old spells that he created.
Bye-bye.
Okay, yeah, so they just turn around there. Oh, yeah, looks like they're getting cooked now. This is looking real good. That ogre looks really upset that I was behind these barricades. You know what? I probably could have saw that there were fire fiends here the first time before starting the level. If I'd have just opened the spell book and looked. Probably would have saved a lot of trouble.
No better place than this.
Okay.
Textbook.
Let's do that. I think we've got this though.
Watch this. Big or small, I can take them all down. I need a bigger
You played this last hero with swords? What last hero with swords?
And don't come back.
I think Vorwick you only get to play if you're playing co-op.
Another expected victory.
More enemies on the way!
If you mean the blade staff, everybody can use it. The elven short swords belong to Vorwick though. And I don't think you get to choose those as your personal weapon until after you beat the game. Could probably just
Perfect placement.
Yep. No, those. Okay.
They'll never see this one.
Messed up. That was supposed to be another barricade.
That was trivial. Tell your friends. Oh wait, you can't because you're dead.
There's a lot going on here. The other side didn't even make it to the gate yet.
And don't come back.
Alright, the main thing I need to worry about now is when they decide to throw the boss at me. Because that's going to affect a lot.
Bye-bye. Not so tough now. Big or small, I can take them all down. That was trivial. School them!
Okay. It looks like these don't deal as much damage as I would like to anything
Yeah,
other
now's the
than
time.
More enemies on the way!
pretty much
I
anything.
love traps.
So these we kind of want to get right about here.
That'll work.
I should have sold this when I had the opportunity, but oh well. No, let me not do that there. What Max and Gabby double jump do? No clue. Max and Gabriella don't get unlocked until I think you beat the game too. Or at least until some later part of the story. I haven't played with them yet.
I need a bigger challenge. That was trivial. Bye-bye.
Okay, Mongrafel.
What the? Is that just some crazy giant kobold?
You got me, but he is moving fast.
Yes, Mongrafel. He will hop right over any barricades you have as well.
Tell your friends.
Alright, so
Oh,
he's
wait,
coming
you
through
can't
that
because
way?
you're dead.
Okay. Where is he at? Oh, what? Yeah, I see you, buddy. Swifty Hose version 2.0. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate the skull. Actually, considering how everything is running over here, one thing I'm definitely not taking enough advantage of, these guys.
Not so tough now. Ha! Oh! peasy. Just like in training.
Oh, there's going to be a lot of ogres.
Big or small, I can take them all down.
Swifty Hooves' his brother.
Easy peasy.
I don't know, he's definitely slimmer. Where'd this? Oh,
That's
he
what
just
I'm
died.
talking about.
Alright. Well, we parred. We beat it. And we got the Mana Rage trinket. Okay, so that's probably one of the most important trinkets in this game. There's not a lot of mana regen from the Rift or anything else, so this is really for a spell after use cost 0 mana. Nice. Equipping increases mana capacity, fast mana regeneration if used. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely something that I'll probably wind up throwing on. Increased duration or increased max mana. But yeah, you can see like these will be Warwick short swords. You don't actually get to use them until you complete the Order Temple, and the Order Temple is alright, since this they tell you the name of the stage before on each one of these. This one's Master's Courtyard, this is Sludge Shelves. That means the Order Temple is stage 18. You have to beat the game before you can actually use Warwick's weapons or upgrade them. So that is what it is. But I think it's actually pretty late. It's almost 3 a.m. for me. I'm gonna call it for the stream right now. I'll pick this up tomorrow. We'll probably be starting around the same time. Sorry for everybody that managed to get here a little bit later than usual. But yeah, you know, feel free to go back and watch the VOD. And like I said, when after I finish the War Mage run, I will probably be doing individual videos for the Rift Lord levels, just because they're going to be a very different experience than running through the game, and you won't be able to do it as quickly. But yeah, this has been fun, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. Feel free to follow the channel, like the video. You know, thanks to everybody who gave super chats and followed and subscribed and everything. That was great too. And I will catch you guys on the next stream. Until then, take care of yourselves as always, and have a good one, folks. Peace.